Chapter 451, Yi Futian's words caused everyone to stare at him. Earlier, the young rock had defeated Long Linger. Therefore, the elder used this as an excuse to hinder Long Linger from entering the college, claiming that she did not perform at all. He deliberately ignored the power of the young rock. Yi Futian's words caused everyone to stare at him. Earlier, the young rock had defeated Long Linger. Therefore, the elder used this as an excuse to hinder Long Linger from entering the college, claiming that she did not perform at all. He deliberately ignored the power of the young rock. Hence, Yi Futian defeated two musical sorcerers of the same level as him in an overpowering manner to tell everyone that if they could ignore the strength of the winner, the two people who had lost to him should not be able to enter the college. Is this guy showing off how strong he is before Starry College? Many people muttered to themselves. Just now, Yi Futian had said that he was a lowly educated, backgroundless, weak musical attendant of Dragon Clan who knew a bit of music. The elder from Jin Clan stared at Yi Futian. After Yi Futian proved him wrong with his actions, the elder had nothing to say. On the other hand, the people from Dragon Clan all seemed to be very surprised as they gazed at Yi Futian. His performance was indeed amazing. Brother Futian. Long Linger only felt much warmness in her heart. Yi Futian was speaking up for her. He did not want her to leave in embarrassment and wanted to get a reply for her. I don't think your description is accurate. Isn't he someone who tried to seek connections with Wang Yuqing's family? Suddenly, among the Starry School disciples, a lady beside Wang Yuqing giggled charmingly. She was Li Man, who had met Yi Futian in the Evil Dragon Zone and had also teased him. She did not expect this handsome young man to be so talented and be able to instantly defeat two disciples of Starry School. As a Starry School disciple, she knew that Lin Yan was indeed talented and strong enough to enter the college. Although the assessment of Starry School could never be totally fair, those who were weak would certainly not make it. The fact that Yi Futian could easily defeat Lin Yan clearly showed that his talents and powers were better than ordinary Starry School disciples. If he had taken part in the assessment, he could definitely pass, but he did not. This temperament and music seems just like that person, Li Man muttered. Wang Yuqing's heart skipped a beat as she recalled a person who had left a very deep impression in her mind, namely the musical sorcerer in a silver cloak. He had appeared on the back of a demon and suppressed all the disciples of the top 3 schools. He was extremely elegant and nobody could stop him a bit. That figure was indeed carved deep in her mind. Him. Wang Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. It's impossible. How can he compare with that person? That person in the silver cloak was unparalleled. No, that person was already at the peak of the Arcana plane and was on a demon. Although their temperaments are quite similar, there are obvious differences between the two of them, Li Man said softly. Wang Yuqing nodded gently and actually felt relieved. The difference between their levels was obvious. Furthermore, that person had a demonic bird with him. Why would they associate the two of them together? It was totally impossible. Hearing Li Man's words, Jiang Nan's face darkened. Previously he had insulted Yi Futian publicly. Yi Futian's performance at the moment was really slapping him hard on the face. Are you saying that Starry School has no outstanding people? The elder questioned coldly. He could not refute Yi Futian's words. However, regardless of how strong Yi Futian was, he was only Long Linger follower who claimed to be a musical attendant. Even if he was a genius invited by the Dragon Clan, his position was still a musical attendant. A musical attendant was forcing him to admit his mistake. He was a teacher of Starry School, a top noble. On the Starry School assessment day, he was forced by a musical attendant to admit that he had been targeting Long Linger and that his judgment was wrong. How could he accept that? Nobody would want to lose face, especially powerful cultivators. If he really did it unintentionally, perhaps he would not mind admitting his mistake, which would display his magnanimity. However, it was deliberate. If he was forced to apologize, he would lose all his face. Hearing his words, Jiang Nan understood that Yi Futian would never be able to make the people of Starry School change their decisions with such a method. Instead, it would only make things worse. Of course, he also had to admit that Yi Futian had achieved his goal in becoming a trusted subordinate of Long Linger. Yi Futian looked at the elder and sighed in his heart. He had expected such an outcome, but he could not accept it. The elder avoided the topic on purpose and also claimed that Yi Futian was insulting Starry School, pushing him onto the opposite side of the college. In this way, the other members of Starry School would also feel embarrassed and have opinions about him. Yi Futian looked in front of him and said, "Being such a big college, can you not treat a little girl fairly?" Long Linger had indeed lost, but she was a 14-year-old Dharma Plain Dragon Master. Apart from Jean Fei, the other applicants of her level were all older than her. If Jean Fei did not crush the rest directly and Long Linger had a chance to fight, she could do the same just as well. As long as Starry School could give Long Linger a chance to fight the other applicants, she could certainly perform well. Even though she had lost to Jean Fei, it was not a quick defeat like what the elder had claimed. Jean Fei had claimed arrogantly that he had not used all his powers. However, only he knew if he really did try his best. The difference between Long Linger and him was not big. As long as a person was not blind, he would know that Long Linger was deserved to enter the college. How could the little princess of the Dragon Clan not be able to? Before this happened, who dared to think this way? Who would have thought this way? Today, the people from Jean Clan were clearly targeting Long Linger. On the other hand, the people from the college were completely neutral and did not voice their opinions at all. Therefore, the people from Jean Clan and Dragon Clan argued and questioned each other, bringing much embarrassment to Long Linger. "Brother Futian, I'm not entering anymore." "Let's go," Long Linger shouted. She did not want to see Yi Futian continue fighting for her as it was meaningless. She no longer wanted to join Starry School. Yi Futian smiled, after which he turned around and left the battle platform. Looking at Long Linger below, he said, "All right. Since they cannot even give fair treatment to a girl, there's no reason for you to enter." Then, he was about to leave. He had already done what he should. Everyone should be able to understand the purpose of his battling. Since he could not change the attitude of Starry School, he would leave it to the people of Divine Sky City to comment. "Wait," someone suddenly said. Yi Futian stopped and turned around. Looking at the person who just spoke, he asked, "Senior, what is it?" Although the college had an argument about Long Linger, will eventually give her a fair answer. "I can understand why you spoke and fought for her. However, even though you had 2 victories, it's inappropriate for you to insult Starry School like this," the cultivator from the college slowly said. "You've already hurt her self-esteem. Where's the fairness? As for the insult, when did I do it?" Yi Futian said, looking at the cultivator. "When did you do it?" the person from Jean Clan said coldly. "You only won an ordinary disciple and are already so supercilious, showing no respect to Starry School. Moreover, you used this to force the college to give you an answer. When does Starry School need to give an answer to a loser? Do we need you to agree before we decide to admit any new disciple?" "Loser?" Hearing the unpleasant word, Yi Futian muttered, "Who in the world will never lose?" "Senior, then what do you want?" Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Starry School's direction. "Since you have started the challenge, let's continue," an elder from the school said. If they just allowed Yi Futian to leave like this, it would really be shaming for Starry School. They had to win at least one fight. "I wouldn't want to do that," Yi Futian said, smiling. "I'm afraid it'll only get harder for you to wind this matter up." "Arrogant," the cultivator from Starry School said coldly. "After winning just one fight, you think that you've won everything. How arrogant and supercilious are you?" Yi Futian's words caused many elders to have poor opinions of him. He was too arrogant and did not respect the college at all. "You've only won one actual disciple of Starry School. How dare you speak such ravings?" Jiang Nan also said coldly. There are quite many talented musical sorcerers in the musical spell department, another person added. Brother Futian, let's go. Long Linger shook her head at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had defeated 2 people from Starry School. Clearly, the school was unhappy and did not want to let him go. They would certainly send someone stronger. Long Linger did not wish to see Yi Futian continue to argue with Starry School. Since you've asked so, I can only agree to it. Smiling, Yi Futian turned around and walked onto the battle stage again. He sat down cross-legged and started to play his guqin slowly, after which he said emotionlessly, "You can send whoever and however many people you want." The melodious music was soothing and peaceful, as if it was only a simple piece. The faces of many members of Starry School darkened. Whoever and however many people they want. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Yi Futian was openly disdaining Starry School disciples. Just then, many musical sorcerers walked towards Yi Futian step by step. However, suddenly, Yi Futian's music became more rapid and resounding. In addition, it contained a frightening penetrating power. Wind whizzed and thunder roared as the sky changed drastically. A figure in a white shirt was sitting down cross-legged and playing a piece of music elegantly. The faces of many elders of Starry School changed slightly and the musical sorcerers who had walked onto the battle platform also frowned. One of them had already approached Yi Futian. However, the artistic conception of Yi Futian's music caused him to feel very threatened. Boom! A frightening lightning storm appeared in the minds of the musical sorcerers directly. At first, they did not want to team up. However, at this instant, they all gave a muffled humph. With their faces turning pale, they shouted, together. Then, they sat down in different places and played simultaneously, resisting Yi Futian's music. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing, as if he did not see them at all. The music enveloped the battle platform and penetrated the wills of his opponents. In the sky, many bolts of lightning and windstorms gathered, as if it was the end of the world. Bolts of lightning struck towards his opponents as he attacked them both physically and spiritually. Spit, spit. Many soft noises were heard. The Starry School disciples on the battle platforms all spat much blood that colored their strings red. All of them were no match for Yi Futian's music. So these are the disciples of Starry School. Such a high standard. An emotionless voice was heard along with the music. Countless people gazed at the playing figure and were totally astonished. At the moment, Yi Futian had really displayed his elegance. Chapter 452, So Strong. Countless people watched the white figure on the battle platform in awe. He stood in the middle of the platform, gently playing his guqin. In the air above the platform, a thunderstorm started to form, and streaks of purple lightning struck down from the heavens, as though the gods were raging. The melody of the guqin rampaged unforgivingly, the sound imagery caused many people to hallucinate and feel his razor-sharp intent. So strong. Countless people watched the white figure on the battle platform in awe. He stood in the middle of the platform, gently playing his guqin. In the air above the platform, a thunderstorm started to form, and streaks of purple lightning struck down from the heavens, as though the gods were raging. The melody of the guqin rampaged unforgivingly, the sound imagery caused many people to hallucinate and feel his razor-sharp intent. Outside the Starry School, the myriad of onlookers were awestruck. At the last moment of the Starry School admission examination, such an exciting event had happened. A musical attendant from the West Mountain Dragon clan was annihilating the Starry School disciples. And the origin of his fury was because that little girl was being bullied. This incident did not reflect well on the reputation of the Starry School. The school did not understand. Why did Yi Futian not participate in the examination if he had such strength? Now, outstanding musical sorcerers were successively coming forward and walking towards the platform. However, at the same level, Yi Futian's musical spell was unmatched. Every person who stepped up fell to his spell, and not one of them remained unscathed. In a short while, there were over 20 disciples from the Starry School musical spell department who had collapsed from the shock of Yi Futian's musical spell, coughing up blood. Even one of the elders from the musical spell department looked gloomy. There were many people looking at him, and he himself was affected. The musical piece had caused a stir in his heart. The piece could be described as splendid, and it was especially perfect under Yi Futian's playing. It had brilliantly delivered the imagery of the piece, causing the spell to be exceptionally strong. Even in his department, he would be hard-pressed to find someone with so much talent. Yunshi. His gaze turned towards an exceptional arcana plane talent in the musical spell department, Gu Yunshi. In the middle arcana plane, her musical spell attainment was definitely among the cream of the crop. Gu Yunshi had a look of confliction in her eyes. Looking at the chaotic situation in the arena, she moved and glided onto the platform. In that instant, countless looks fell onto her alluring figure. Was the pride of the Gu clan going to take part? "Mr. Yi, why do you do this?" Gu Yunshi quietly said. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at her, replying, "Are you going to take part too, Miss Gu?" Gu Yunshi softly shook her head, saying, "If we're comparing our musical attainment, I naturally cannot match up to Mr. Yi. I beseech you to stop." Upon hearing Gu Yunshi's words, many people looked shocked. She just admitted that she could not match up to Yi Futian. This was the daughter of the Gu clan, the genius of the Starry School musical spell department. She seemed to have had some interactions with Yi Futian to admit her loss before they even battled. Evidently, Yi Futian's identity was not just a simple musical attendant. How could a musical attendant's talent surpass the pride of the Gu clan? Among the watching Starry School disciples, Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's expressions became especially grim. Gu Yunshi addressed Yi Futian as Mr. Yi. Moreover, she personally acknowledged that her musical attainment was lower than Yi Futian's. What did this mean? It meant that they knew each other. That day in the Celestial Pavilion's fairy pool, it was not Yi Futian that went to play up to Gu Yunshi, but rather, the both of them were already acquainted. Yi Futian and Gun Yunshi were friends. To them, Gu Yunshi stood high up above the masses, someone they could only look up to and revere. Thinking back to all the times they had insulted Yi Futian, could it all have been their own misunderstanding? How could he possibly know Gu Yunshi? Jiang Nan had also noticed it, but he refused to admit it. His expression was especially flustered, and he said to himself, what methods did he use? He had just seen Yi Futian's strength, but he still refused to accept the reality. He had mocked and insulted Yi Futian multiple times in front of Wang Yuqing. Admitting the truth would mean that he was of despicable character. He was unable to accept this reversal. Yi Futian naturally did not know what Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were thinking. Ever since he had felt their self-assertive attitudes, he had only treated them as strangers. It was only the two of them who liked to show off their supposed superiority in front of him to validate themselves. Yi Futian did not even care the slightest about them. Hearing Gun Yunshi's words, the rampaging melody gradually calmed down. At the end of the piece, Yi Futian sat there silently, his Guqin spirit disappearing. He raised his head and looked at Gu Yunshi, saying, "There's no need to be so modest, Miss Gu." "It's merely the truth," Gu Yunshi replied, smiling. She looked towards the elders in the Starry School, her gentle voice saying, "Teachers, although Mr. Yi claims to be a musical attendant, the truth is he's just being humble. A few days back, when I was at Qingyun Street, I had the honor of hearing one of the pieces Mr. Yi composed himself. That was the same piece that he played just now, named Fenghua. That was when I knew my musical attainment was far lower than his. Because of that, I had gone to the Celestial Pavilion to consult him. That's why, even if our musical spell department disciples have lost to Mr. Yi, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I hope our esteemed teachers do not take it to heart." The Starry School elders were unwilling to accept the loss. They felt that the Starry School's reputation was tarnished. So many of their disciples could not even match up to a single musical attendant. What would others think of the Starry School? If Yi Futian had an innate talent that even Gu Yunxi felt she could not compare with, then their loss would not come as a surprise. He composed his own Guqin piece. One of the musical department elders looked shocked. If what Gu Yunxi said was true, the level of musical attainment Yi Futian had was at the level of a prodigy. That's right. Gu Yunxi nodded and continued. At the end of last year, when Mr. Yi celebrated young Mrs. Linger's birthday, he stunned the Dragon Clan with that piece. Madame Long held him in high regard, and gifted the Celestial Pavilion to Mr. Yi. That day, when Yi Futian went to return the Celestial Pavilion token, she only knew afterward that the Madame and Long Linger had been to the pavilion. Yi Futian continued to stay there, so she naturally understood that the Madame had returned the pavilion token to Yi Futian. She could see the potential Yi Futian had, so she had also wanted to give him a villa, but he had refused to accept her offer. Gu Yunxi's words stunned the crowd even more. They knew that the West Mountain Dragon clan had bought the Celestial Pavilion not long ago, and not many had known the reason why. Numerous people had even guessed that it was a gift to the princess of the clan, Long Linger. However, they found out today that it was actually given to this young man clad in white. Although the Celestial Pavilion may not amount to much in the Dragon Clan's eyes, but to the vast majority of cultivators, it was something they could never attain. Even to many starry school disciples, lodging at the Celestial Pavilion or even having a meal there was a luxury. They could not even imagine what it would be like to own the pavilion. Madame Long was willing to give the Celestial Pavilion to Yi Futian. Was this the treatment a musical attendant deserved? Even the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan did not deserve such attention. If they still thought that Yi Futian was simply a musical attendant from the Dragon Clan, they would definitely be idiots. Celestial Pavilion's new owner. Wang Yuqing turned pale, thinking about the news that had been the topic of much discussion, the changing of Celestial Pavilion's owner. The new owner had been rumored to be from the Dragon Clan. Today, she finally knew who the new owner was. She recalled the day when they had gone to the Celestial Pavilion to celebrate and met Yi Futian there. Yi Futian had claimed that he was staying at the Celestial Pavilion for a few days, and they had criticized and mocked him for indulging in pleasure. She recalled the second time they met Yi Futian, they had treated him with the same mockery and torment. She had even told her younger sister Wang Yuro about these, and regardless of what her sister had told her about Yi Futian not being that kind of person, she continued to believe that what they had seen was the truth. Now, she finally understood what Yi Futian's intention was when he returned her the spirit stones at the Starry School. She understood that Yi Futian's silence at the Celestial Pavilion was not because he had lost face, but rather, he could not be bothered. Everything was encompassed in that one sentence of his. Do we know each other very well? Yi Futian owed her no explanation. She looked towards Jiang Nan who was standing beside her. She had always looked up to him, but when she remembered all the things that Jiang Nan had told her, she suddenly felt that his words were jarring. He always liked to show off and belittle Yi Futian. He would be pleased with himself for being able to speak in the presence of someone more superior, but Yi Futian was able to maintain his composure even in front of the pride of the Gu clan. This should be what confidence was like. This confidence did not have to care about their cynicism, it disregarded the difference in status. This was an inborn pride. He did not feel that he was inferior to anyone, and even if he had to face the entire Starry School alone, he was unnerved. If they wanted to battle, he would leave it up to them. As she thought about it, her gaze moved towards Wang Yuro, and their gazes met. Wang Yuro looked at her with a look of accusation. The reason their grandfather had asked Wang Yuqing to take care of Yi Futian was to establish good relations between the two of them. However, it had gotten into such a deadlock, and Yi Futian was even more outstanding than their grandfather had expected. Even in a place like the Divine Sky City, the elites of every faction wanted to befriend Yi Futian. Chapter 453, The Starry School Musical Spell Department's elders and the disciples who had lost felt more at ease after hearing Gu Yunxi's words. Since Yi Futian had such high musical achievement and was someone that was highly valued by Madame Long, it became much easier for them to accept their loss. The Starry School musical spell department's elders and the disciples who had lost felt more at ease after hearing Gu Yunxi's words. Since Yi Futian had such high musical achievement and was someone that was highly valued by Madame Long, it became much easier for them to accept their loss. Many people looked towards Gu Yunxi, the prided daughter of the Gu clan, well-read, proficient in the Gu Qin. Not only was she extremely talented, but she also had impeccable character. Her words elevated Yi Futian's ability while saving face for the Starry School. This was a win-win scenario for both sides and an excellent display of her intelligence. Although she admitted that she was not Yi Futian's match, her frankness won the respect of others. She was humble and beautiful, and even had the honor of listening to Yi Futian's Gu Qin piece, and headed to the Celestial Pavilion to seek Yi Futian's teachings. The tense atmosphere became a lot lighter because of a few simple sentences from her. Gu Yunxi continued to maintain a faint smile, bowing in the direction of the Starry School's viewing platform, saying, "In the battle between the Jin clan's young Rock and Long Linger, Jin Fei was indeed too outstanding, which was why Linger lost. Both of them are stellar individuals. If we just kick Linger out like that, it's truly unfair to her. I hope that our esteemed teachers can consider again whether to give Linger a second chance." Yi Futian looked at Gu Yunxi upon hearing her words. The impression that she had given him was a gentle rich young lady. Now, he had a higher appraisal of her. In just a few sentences, she could almost clear up the dispute between both parties. Sure enough, some of the Starry School elders nodded their heads. Gu Yunxi had given them an out and the timing was just right for the Starry School to express their opinion. Indeed, in Long Linger and Jin Fei's battle, although she was defeated, she has redeeming qualities as well. She exhibited extraordinary battle ability, and has the qualifications to enter the school, declared one of the elders from the school. That's right. Since many of us have differing opinions, why not we let Long Linger battle with a few other people, so that we can judge if her ability is enough to win us over, another person said. The other people who were listening understood that it would not be a problem for Long Linger to be admitted into the school. In reality, even if the Jin clan members wanted to prevent her admission, and use it as an excuse to embarrass the Dragon clan, if Long Linger ultimately did enter the school, they would not be able to stop it from happening. After all, her potential was clear for all to see. Regarding this, both the Jin clan and Dragon clan members had the same understanding. What both parties were fighting over was simply the process. However, Yi Futian's interference disrupted everything and complicated matters. Thankfully, Gu Yunxi's arrival managed to bring the proceedings back on track. Do you have any objections? The Starry School looked towards both parties and asked. If that's the case, let's give her a chance to try again. The Jin clan representative nodded his head and replied. Sure, the expert speaking up for Long Linger similarly nodded his head and replied bluntly. The Jin clan wanted them to suffer disgrace, but the Dragon clan would remember this grudge. Since both parties do not have any objections, then it's decided. Long Linger, step up. The expert from the Starry School addressed her. Long Linger looked in the distance, and her eyes trailed towards Yi Futian who was on the battle platform. Likewise, Yi Futian was also looking at her. He heard Long Linger say, "Big brother Futian, I don't want to enter the Starry School to cultivate anymore." Many people's expressions changed upon hearing her words. The little princess of the West Mountain Dragon clan also had a temper. Now that she had been bullied, she was starting to throw a tantrum. If it was an ordinary person, they would naturally not have the right to do so, but Long Linger was different. Even if she did not enter the Starry School to cultivate, people would not feel surprised, since the Dragon clan had their own resources. Linger, don't be ridiculous. From among the Starry School disciples, Long Mu looked at Long Linger and said, "Uncle hopes that you can enter the school to cultivate and mature, don't let Uncle and Auntie's hopes be wasted." He did not say anything previously because he knew very well that even if Long Linger was picked on, it would not change the outcome. Linger had to learn to face difficulties by herself, as the road ahead for her was still very long. Regardless, Long Linger would be able to enter the starry school to cultivate, even if Yi Futian did not stand up for her. The words of the Jin clan members would not be able to deny her admission, at the very most it would just displease the Dragon clan. I'm not being ridiculous. Long Linger looked back and Long Mu, and turned to face Yi Futian. In the days that she had been with Yi Futian, she had gotten more reliant on him. This reliance was like that of a younger sister towards her brother and had started ever since Yi Futian taught her how to play the guqin piece. If you don't want to, then let's just not enter. Yi Futian's reply was simple. Cultivation was not dependent on the top 3 schools. He understood that even if one entered the top 3 schools, it would just be an environment conducive for cultivating. With Long Linger's background, she did not need the top 3 schools to provide any cultivating resources or experts to advise her. Her family had all these. In fact, an extremely strong dragon master resided in the West Court. This was also why Yi Futian never intended to join any of the top 3 schools. The martial arts techniques and spells that he had were not necessarily inferior to those of the top 3 schools. Even if he entered the top 3 schools, what could a sage plane cultivator even teach him, not to mention a noble plane cultivator? His big brother, second sister and third brother were all at the pinnacle of the noble plane and had already grasped the sage intent. Okay. Long Linger smiled brightly. Having big brother Futian supporting her felt great. Since big brother Futian wasn't going to enter the starry school anyways, she would do the same and have more time to often cultivate with big brother Futian in the future. When was it ever your turn to speak about this issue? Long Mu uttered in a low tone. His voice was calm, but his arrogance laid under his composed tone. This situation caused the atmosphere that had started to become slack to tense up again. Many onlookers had strange looks on their faces. Yi Futian was on the Dragon clan's side and had close relations with the little princess. Long Linger addressing him as Big Brother Futian further proved that point. In that case, shouldn't he be in the same faction as Long Mu? Yet, in this kind of occasion, at this time, Long Mu's sudden outburst caused everyone to feel that something was very odd. Their relations appeared to be complicated and the crowd was confused. The air became deadly silent again, and many looks turned towards Long Mu. Long Mu, the son of the West Mountain Dragon clan's legend, groomed as the successor of the Dragon clan leader. Even though Yi Futian had been gifted the Celestial Pavilion, his position in the Dragon clan was definitely not comparable with Long Mu. Brother. Even Long Linger was stunned and glared at Long Mu. Why was he saying these things about Big Brother Futian? Could it be because Big Brother Futian was not supportive of her entering the school to cultivate? Gu Yunxi also looked at Long Mu strangely. She did not understand. It was the Jin clan that was aggressive to the Dragon clan, so why then, was Long Mu saying these words to Yi Futian? Wouldn't this put Yi Futian in a bad light? If he was really Long Linger's brother, he would naturally have more authority over Long Linger's education. However, his words stripped Yi Futian completely of any dignity. In reality, Long Mu did not say these words without reason. From his perspective, he hoped that Long Linger would enter the school. Even with the episode that just happened, it would not affect the outcome. Yi Futian standing out might look like helping the West Mountain Dragon clan, but in actuality, it did not serve any purpose apart from putting him in the limelight. In fact, it might even affect the Dragon clan. Before this, if Gu Yunxi had not stepped out to resolve the issue and allowed Yi Futian to continue troubling the Starry School, who would the blame eventually land on? The West Dragon Mountain clan. Everyone thought that Yi Futian was from the Dragon clan and could represent them. So, he was not thankful to Yi Futian. Conversely, he felt that Yi Futian's actions were foolhardy, to actually treat himself as Long Linger's elder, and interfering with her decision to enter the school. Was this something that he could decide? Under these circumstances, Long Mu simply had to clarify with the crowd that Yi Futian did not have the authority to represent the Dragon clan. Long Linger's matters were also not up to him to decide. Of course, Gu Yunxi might also play a part in this. Jin Yunxiao smiled and thought, How interesting. A glint appeared in the somber Jiang Nan's eyes. Long Mu's words gave him great satisfaction, as they had given Yi Futian a slap in the face. However, Yi Futian was oddly calm. He raised his head slightly and looked at Long Mu. That handsome figure had the same look as when they first met, indifferent and prideful. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's performance was, it did not faze Long Mu in the slightest. When I speak, when did you have the right to comment? Yi Futian's voice sounded cool, causing many people's expressions to freeze again, the looks on their faces becoming especially interesting. The two handsome teens stood there, looking towards each other, both unparalleled, with the same pride. It was as though both of them cared nothing about the other. Just now, Gu Yunxi's words had made everyone realize that Yi Futian could represent Long Linger. But one sentence from Long Mu had brought Yi Futian back down. Just when everyone thought that Yi Futian would feel awkward about losing face, Yi Futian replied with the same tone, salvaging his reputation instantly. It was not about how arrogant his words or tone sounded, but the connotation that his words had. He questioned Long Mu's right to comment, suggesting that his conversation with Long Linger was never from the perspective of a Dragon Clan member. If it was about their positions in the Dragon Clan, Yi Futian was vastly inferior to Long Mu, and naturally would not have the right to refute Long Mu. However, he was Yi Futian, not a member of the Dragon Clan. He had never wanted to associate himself with the Dragon Clan, neither did he belong to the Dragon Clan or owe them anything. That one simple sentence contained a wealth of information behind it. Jiang Nan's expression hardened. Yi Futian was not even going to give Long Mu face. Beside him, Wang Yuqing laughed mockingly at herself. This was the person they thought was currying favor. The Dragon Clan, Long Mu, Long Linger. They all did not matter to him. He was just being himself, it was only the other people that overthought it. Long Mu continued staring at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian did not pay it any attention. He turned around and started to walk down the platform. Everything that happened today would end here. However, what he thought did not reflect what others thought. Chapter 454, Are you going to just leave? As the crowd watched Yi Futian take his leave from the battle platform, a voice sounded out. When they looked towards the person that was speaking, everyone's focus gathered once again, and they had curious looks. Are you going to just leave? As the crowd watched Yi Futian take his leave from the battle platform, a voice sounded out. When they looked towards the person that was speaking, everyone's focus gathered once again, and they had curious looks. As it turned out, the person who had spoken was the Nine Cloud Palace Jin Clan's Jin Yunxiao. What a surprise! Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu, who were usually enemies, were ganging up on Yi Futian together. This made people feel sorry for Yi Futian. Not only was he not recognized by Long Mu, but Jin Yunxiao was also stopping him from leaving too. Yi Futian did not take any notice and continued to walk down the battle platform. His interference today was simply to obtain redress for Long Linger. Since Long Linger asked for his opinion, he would just reply to her. As for Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao, they were merely his peers. If they respected him, he would treat them with courtesy, but Long Mu did not show him any respect twice. Why then, should he give him any face? Long Mu was merely a younger member of the Dragon Clan, even though he had a reputation as the successor, but at the current moment, he did not have the final say while Long Linger's parents were still around. Jin Yunxiao raised his eyebrows when Yi Futian ignored him, and a stinging aura appeared in his eyes. He smiled and said, I've heard that your Guqin spell is extraordinary, and have defeated many of my peers. I would like to spar with you. As his voice landed, Jin Yunxiao transformed into a streak of golden lightning, brilliant rock wings appearing on his back. With a slight tremor, he flew towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Jin Yunxiao naturally had a reason to step in. Although Gu Yunxi's words helped to salvage the Starry School's reputation, it was the truth that Yi Futian had crushed many of their disciples and caused them to lose face. If he was able to defeat Yi Futian convincingly, it would reflect well on the Starry School, and gain the favor of the Starry School elders. Apart from that, some of the reason lied with Gu Yunxi. When that legend from the Dragon Clan was still alive, the Gu Clan and the West Mountain Dragon Clan had thoughts of a union through marriage. The target of that marriage was Longmu, and even until today, the Dragon Clan still had those thoughts. If the Gu Clan and the Dragon Clan formed an alliance through marriage, the one facing the most pressure would be the Jin Clan. Therefore, the Jin Clan hoped that Jin Yunxiao would be able to win Gu Yunxi's hand in marriage. Faced with such an alluring beauty, he was very willing. Now, Gu Yunxi had voiced her adoration towards Yi Futian. So, if he crushed Yi Futian in front of Gu Yunxi, her fantasies would naturally be shattered. So fast. The crowd's views looked towards the platform, where the streak of golden lightning was striking across the air. In an instant, it had landed behind Yi Futian, with the visage of a rock, his hand gripped into a claw that was sharper than knives, and clawed towards Yi Futian. Still not resisting. Yi Futian was still walking down the platform, and the crowd saw him acting as though nothing was happening and had no intention to turn his head. Their expressions turned ghastly. Was he looking for trouble? However, they did not notice that someone in front of Yi Futian had already moved. Since he moved, Yi Futian naturally did not need to. Bang! The floor shook violently and cracks appeared on that platform. As Jin Yunxiao's claw was aiming towards Yi Futian's brain, a powerful fist appeared in his path and punched towards the razor-sharp claw. Bam! As a huge sound erupted, just as the crowd thought that the fist was going to be shredded by the golden claw, they saw a brilliant rock figure flying backward onto the battle platform. Its body was floating in the air, its long golden robe swaying and its glowing golden eyes fixated on the burly figure that had just appeared in front of it. A horrifying strength materialized from that person's arm. The feeling that it gave him was similar to when he was battling with Long Mu. The crowd stared at the figure that had clashed with Jin Yunxiao with puzzled looks. This person had come together with Yi Futian and had a faint existence. However, he was able to have the upper hand over Jin Yunxiao. At that moment, he gave people a feeling of having explosive power merely by standing there. Who were these people? On Jin Yunxiao's body, rays of golden light started to sprinkle down dazzlingly. The rock appeared and its wings gently flapped. Suddenly, his wings tremored and the entire sky was flooded with golden light, and dozens of rock shades and golden blades flew towards Yusheng with killing intent. A wild wind started blowing and similarly, a pair of giant dark wings appeared on Yusheng's back, much like the wings of a demon. The giant demonic wings closed up in a shield in front of him, creating a defense that the attacks could not penetrate. A jarring sound sounded out, and many people's expressions got even more interesting. Someone following Yi Futian had the ability to rival Jin Yunxiao. This was a horrifying fact. In the Starry School, Jin Yunxiao was already considered a top-notch talent. Wang Yuqing's emotions took a giant nosedive. At this moment, she witnessed the difference between them. The burly teenager that had always been standing quietly beside Yi Futian never had a strong existence, but his battle ability was so strong that it could rival Jin Yunxiao. It turns out that she had been like an idiot, mocking Yi Futian without knowing that none of them had ever paid her any attention. They were really beyond her. Bang! The floor started trembling again, and even the crowd started to quiver. Yusheng's wings spread open and he stepped forward onto the battle platform, walking towards Jin Yunxiao. When he started attacking, the feeling they gave people was that of unbridled wildness and dominance, completely different from when he was silent. Yusheng, Yi Futian shouted. Yusheng's movements came to a halt, and he stood still there. We should be going, Yi Futian turned and said. Yusheng's merciless gaze swept across Jin Yunxiao, as he turned around and stepped off the battle platform. Yi Futian no longer looked at Jin Yunxiao, and he turned in the Starry School's direction and said, "Sorry for the interruption today, I hope that the elders won't take it to heart. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yusheng following quietly by his side. When he reached Long Linger's side, Yi Futian told her, "Linger, you can make your own decision. If you don't want to, go back and ask the madam for her opinion." "Okay." Long Linger nodded while smiling. "Big brother Futian, let's go." She then hugged Yi Futian's arm and the both of them walked out. Many people looked towards Long Mu, only to see him standing silently there. He did not say anything but watched the two of them leave. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Yi Futian did not know either, but he did not care. From a certain perspective, he was definitely not qualified to interfere in this matter, as it was the Dragon Clan's matter. However, he treated Long Linger as a younger sister, so he would not interfere with the Dragon Clan's matters, but since Long Linger did not want to enter the school, he would definitely support her. If the madam insisted on Long Linger entering the school, he would relent because she was Long Linger's mother. But Long Mu was merely Long Linger's elder brother, he did not have the right to make decisions for Long Linger. Jin Yunxiao was also forgotten on the battle platform, looking a little awkward. He initially wanted to crush Yi Futian in a domineering manner, but he was fought off by someone beside Yi Futian. Although he did not want to admit that he could not defeat that person, it was definitely impossible to crush him. Thus, he could only watch them leave. Gu Yunxi looked at Jin Yunxiao, then towards Yi Futian's gang. She was curious, what were these people? Yi Futian had exceptional Guqin mastery, his martial arts level that he revealed to the Dragon Clan was also not weak. The person following him, Yu Sheng, also had explosive power. Under the gaze of many, Yi Futian and his friends walked out of the Starry School. The outside of the school was surrounded with people, and they all created a path for him to walk through. In today's battle, this supposed musical attendant had shot to fame. He had such strength, yet he claimed to be a musical attendant who was not worthy of the top 3 schools. After Yi Futian and his friends left, the Starry School's examination officially came to an end. However, many people were unable to keep their cool. Many disciples took the examination today, but not one of them stood out as much as a person who did not enter the school. The people from the Starry School started to disperse. The Starry School's reputation had been affected today, but they were not as petty as to engulf Yi Futian in their rage. However, they did not invite Yi Futian to enter the school, even if he had the qualifications for them to specially recruit him. What he had done today had left many of the higher management unhappy. The Divine Sky City's top 3 schools did not need to beg anyone to enter their school. After the crowd had left, Wang Yuro still did not leave. She sighed internally, and her sister Wang Yuqing walked to her side, the both of them silently staring at each other. "I'll go apologize to him." Wang Yuqing broke the silence. "Someone as proud as him, do you really think an apology will work?" Wang Yuro asked. Wang Yuqing lowered her head. She knew that what Wang Yuro was saying was not wrong, Yi Futian had never cared about her. If she was to apologize, he might not even look her in the eye. As someone who did not even have Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao on his mind, would she even matter? Even if she was a beauty, how could she match up to Gu Yunxi? Everything had turned out like what Jiang Nan had said when they first reached the Divine Sky City. Their lives were destined to be parallel lines, never having any contact points. The Divine Sky City's top 3 schools' examinations progressively ended, and there were many individuals with extraordinary potential that appeared, witnessed by many. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School both garnered talented geniuses, yet for the Starry School, the person who had been in the limelight in the examination did not enter the school, causing much debate. Moreover, he was the owner of the Celestial Pavilion. Last year, the Dragon Clan buying the pavilion was a gift to him. Hence, the Celestial Pavilion became extremely popular, with many people coming to pay the rumored Celestial Pavilion owner a visit. Majority of these visitors were from the top 3 schools. Many people wanted to see how outstanding of a person he was, the Celestial Pavilion owner that had risen to fame in the Starry School examinations. This included many Starry School disciples who had not been present on that day. Currently, there were many people in the Celestial Pavilion's fairy pool. One person asked, is it really so hard to meet the pavilion owner? The pavilion owner is busy cultivating and not meeting guests. Please don't mind it, the maid smiled while replying. Such a huge reputation. So many of us here want to meet him, is that not enough for him? At another table, someone else mockingly said. The maid smiled bitterly. These few days, there had been many people who had wanted to meet the pavilion owner, including many who wanted to spar with him. Chapter 455. Many people started to create a ruckus in the fairy pool, claiming to want to meet Yi Futian. This gave the maids a hard time. Miss Xinyu had said not to disturb the pavilion owner unless it was for important matters. Many people started to create a ruckus in the fairy pool, claiming to want to meet Yi Futian. This gave the maids a hard time. Miss Xinyu had said not to disturb the pavilion owner unless it was for important matters. Bang! At that moment, a huge noise sounded out, and many people turned towards one of the chambers on the covered bridge, which was where the sound had come from. Can the food here even be eaten? A furious voice sounded from within. Following the voice, a few figures walked out and demanded with a relentless expression, service. One of the maids walked forward timidly and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" She understood clearly that anyone who could dine in the chambers was of a considerable statute, and not someone maids like them could offend. This food is inedible. After the celestial pavilion changed hands, the taste has become so awful. Ask your pavilion owner to come over. The person was furious. This. The maid's expression was ashen, and she naturally understood that the other party was intentionally using it as an excuse to meet the pavilion owner. What do you mean this? Hurry up and go, the expert howled, intentionally releasing some of his aura. The maid bowed and replied, "I'll go and report this." She then took her leave. She had no choice but to go and report it. In the yard, Yi Futian heard Xin Yu's report and frowned, asking, who is so daring as to cause trouble in the celestial pavilion? Although he was the owner, the celestial pavilion was bought by the West Mountain Dragon clan. There were still many Dragon clan members residing in the celestial pavilion. Even if they did not care about him, they should at least give the Dragon clan some face. Creating trouble in the celestial pavilion was not a wise choice. The Jin clan of the Divine Sky City, Xin Yu replied. She had already investigated who it was that was causing trouble before she had come to make her report. Yi Futian nodded after hearing Xin Yu's report. At current, he had an understanding of the elite clans in the Divine Sky City. The Jin clan was also among the elite clans, with a long heritage and their roots spread deep in the Divine Sky City. The Jin clan's power gathered in one of the top 3 schools, the Bright Moon School. The Jin clan members usually cultivated in the school. Since they were a clan that could rival the Dragon clan, causing a little trouble in the Celestial Pavilion was naturally not surprising. There was nothing the Celestial Pavilion could do about it. Let's go have a look. Yi Futian stood up and walked outside, Yuxing following closely behind him. At the moment, even the elite clans had come to the Celestial Pavilion. It was not possible for Yi Futian to not show himself. They would use other means to force him out otherwise. He was merely a little depressed about it. Even though he had some fame within the Divine Sky City, but to the top 3 schools and the elite clans, he did not stand out too much. Was there really a need to go to this extent? When Yi Futian brought Xin Yu and Yu Sheng to the fairy pool, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Of those that were at the Celestial Pavilion dining, the majority of them wanted to see who the person who dared to face the Starry School single-handedly was. It was rumored that no one in the musical spell department was a match for him, even Gu Yunxi had admitted she was inferior to him. Finally, was this person willing to show himself? And that burly teenager beside him, was he the martial arts cultivator who fought off Jin Yunxiao? As expected, after Yi Futian had arrived, the area became much quieter. You all wanted to see me? Yi Futian said, looking at the crowd. I've heard that you excel in the Guqin, having exceptional battle ability to crush all those in the same level as you in the Starry School. I've come to experience it for myself. One person smiled while answering. He was someone with outstanding potential from the Blazing Sun School. The people around him were disciples from the Blazing Sun School, so if he was able to defeat Yi Futian, it would be akin to giving the Starry School a slap in the face. Me too, another person chipped in. He was straightforward and ignored all the formalities. So should I be sitting here and waiting for you to come forward one by one to challenge me? Yi Futian asked the surrounding crowd. He did not have this kind of leisurely time or mood to do so. Maybe after 1 or 2 matches, there won't be a need to anymore, someone replied emotionlessly. That's true. Since that is so, within my celestial pavilion, there are many people cultivating. I'm sure that there are many at the same cultivation level as everyone here. If anyone wishes to challenge me, why not let my people challenge you one by one? If you defeat them all, you can come look for me, Yi Futian suggested. Are you joking? Another person frowned. Asking them to battle the cultivators in the celestial pavilion? Moreover, to challenge them one by one? They did not have that much free time to waste. So you all do know that you are joking. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the room, and he calmly said, if those at the same level want to challenge me, sure. First, prepare one superior noble ritual implement. If you lose, leave it behind. If you win, you can bring 2 away. How does that sound? After hearing Yi Futian's words, many people frowned. One superior noble implement was not something that a normal arcana plane cultivator could afford unless they had the backing of a strong clan. This fellow was obviously doing a gambling showdown. Sure. At that moment, in the chamber above the covered bridge, a voice sounded out, and Yi Futian raised his head. The maid beside him said, that's the group that complained. From the chamber, a group of people walked out. Their leader was a teen who looked a little dreary, yet gave people a feeling of stability. The teen gave Yi Futian and his friends a cold stare. However, the voice that had spoken was not his, but a female's. She had evidently not walked out from the chamber. Moreover, they were no longer using the cuisine's taste as an excuse. Evidently, their aim was to force Yi Futian out, and they were making no efforts to hide the fact. He's in the 5th level of the Arcana plane, can he battle too? The female voice sounded from the chamber again. Mr. Yi, be careful. This person has been granted the name Leng Sha, and he comes from the Divine Sky City's battlefield. When he was still in the lower Arcana plane, he defeated everyone, becoming the lower Arcana plane's champion in the battlefield. Now, he's the battle servant of Miss Zhenrong, from the Zhen clan. From another chamber, a gentle voice sounded out. Yi Futian knew who was hinting him from the voice, the Gu clan's daughter Gu Yunxi. She was here today too. Zhenrong's battle servant. The crowd looked at the chamber, was the Zhen clan's Zhenrong here today? The Divine Sky City battlefield was a reputable place. Naturally, everyone knew what it was. It was a place prepared for the wealthy families and elite clans of the Divine Sky City. There were many strong individuals there, and the younger generation of these families and clans would each select a battle servant to grow alongside them. Some of the stronger battle servants had the strength that was no weaker than the geniuses of the top 3 schools, but as to why they chose to be battle servants and not enter the top 3 schools, it was up to their own decision. Strong battle servants had the right to choose their masters. They could reject others' offers, therefore their status was not low, but their reputation was still affected. These powerful individuals would enter the elite clans and grow alongside the geniuses of these clans. In the Divine Sky City, these battle servants from the battlefield could even assume influential positions in these clans. What an honor for both the Gu clan and Zhen clan's young ladies to be here today, a person said, smiling. From another chamber, a teen walked out. He had an extraordinary aura, the sunlight falling upon him made him look exceptionally brilliant. His eyes had a scorching look, as though there were flames within. Chen Lu, a person in the crowd exclaimed. Many people were also stunned. Chen Lu from the Chen clan was also here. What was going on today? The members of the top 3 clans were all here today. They could understand Gu Yunxi being here since she had claimed to know Yi Futian at the Starry School examinations. But this continued to baffle people. Could it be that the Gu clan's young lady was interested in the Celestial Pavilion's owner? The Qin clan's power was in the Blazing Sun School, while the Jin clan's power was in the Bright Moon School. What were their intentions for coming here? At that moment, members from the top 3 schools were all present in the Celestial Pavilion. I heard that you did not give face to Long Mu and Jin Yun Shao at all during the Starry School examinations, Chen Lu said questioningly to Yi Futian. Long Mu and Jun Yun Shao were his peers, and as members of elite clans, they naturally belonged on the same level. That was why Chen Lu was interested in Yi Futian. He had once been on the losing end against Long Mu. Long Mu was an arrogant fellow, just like his deceased father. However, his strength was still a far cry from his father. When Long Yitian was still alive, he had the title of the Eastern Baron Territories number 1, being among the top few on the Baron Sky ranking. When he was younger, he was unrivaled. Even though Long Mu was very strong now, he was still a distance away from Long Yitian. Wanting to catch up to his father's footsteps would be a daunting task. Yi Futian took a look at Chen Lu. From the murmuring in the fairy pool, he knew the identity of the person before him, a member of the Divine Sky City's Qin clan. Will you or will you not accept the challenge? From the Jin clan's chamber, a prideful female voice sounded again. It was Jin Rong. The ritual implement, Yi Futian replied, looking at the chamber. Maintaining the Celestial Pavilion at the state it was in was not a solution, he could probably not escape having to battle once or twice. Very soon, a maid walked out from the chamber, holding a staff ritual implement in her hands, an arctic aura emanating from it. She walked to Yi Futian, saying, "My young lady says that you can hold on to it temporarily." "Lulan, keep it," Yi Futian ordered. "Understood." Lulan Shui stepped forward, receiving the ritual implement and keeping it in her possession. This caused the crowd to watch astonishingly. He was this confident. They had heard that Yi Futian was in the 4th level of the Arcana Plane while Zhenrong's battle servant Leng Sha's battle ability was definitely strong. He was on the level of the geniuses of the top 3 schools. "Yu Sheng, go easy on him," Yi Futian told Yu Sheng, who was standing beside him. The crowd heard Yi Futian's words and were dumbfounded. Go easy on him. These were big words to say. Yu Sheng stepped forward and Leng Sha frowned. Yi Futian's attitude made him very displeased. Crash! A horrifying aura started to radiate from Leng Sha. It actually formed a dark current around his body, and the dark current gave off a razor-sharp feel. Moreover, the aura started to spread and caused a dark tornado to start brewing. Zhenrong was a sorcerer who did not cultivate in the martial arts, but her battle servant was an extremely powerful martial arts cultivator with high battle ability. Leng Sha stepped forward, shrouded in a dark glow, making his way towards Yu Sheng. At the same time, Yu Sheng stepped forward, an exceedingly violent aura bursting out, a dark golden glow spreading from his body. Chapter 456, Leng Sha and Yu Sheng leaped into the air, appearing in the space above the fairy pool. Cultivators in the Arcana Plane could resonate with the heavens. Leng Sha and Yu Sheng leaped into the air, appearing in the space above the fairy pool. Cultivators in the Arcana Plane could resonate with the heavens. A dark golden glow formed around Leng Sha's body and transformed into an enormous darkness rock. There was formidable purple lightning flowing around it, causing it to give off a scary feel. The imposing aura enveloped Yu Sheng and the pressure was exceedingly scary, as though what was attacking Yu Sheng was not a human, but a colossal rock. One strike could tear through everything and cut through space and time. Yu Sheng's body did not dodge in the slightest. He charged straight towards the enemy, and at that moment, an intimidating dark golden current surged throughout his body and demon-like wings spread open from his back, as though a demon's shadow was behind him. His aura became overwhelming, like a devil, fearing nothing. Both their speeds were overwhelmingly quick and they clashed in the air. Streaks of lightning and dark energy flow exploded recklessly, extending towards all directions. After an explosion, the crowd saw dark lightning flying back, and with a crash, it smashed into one of the chambers on the covered bridge, causing the chamber to be smashed into smithereens. In the air of destruction, a burly figure stood pridefully, watching the crowd indifferently. The demon-like wings on it were flapping, like an unrivaled demon. Countless people looked towards the figure in the air, awestruck by his outrageous strength. Some of the starry school disciples who did not witness the examinations had felt that the rumors were slightly exaggerated. But now, they understood with this strike that there was definitely no exaggeration involved. The person that could fight off Jin Yunxiao had explosive power. If Yi Futian had not told him to stop that day, God knows how the fight between him and Jin Yunxiao would have turned out. The person who had been unmatched in the lower arcana plane, Leng Sha, had been decimated with just one punch. Yi Futian looked at Yuxing gloomily. He knew it would turn out this way. Looking at the chamber in pieces made his heart ache. This was his business. What happened to going easy? At this moment, from the smashed chamber, a group of people walked out. At the helm was a beautiful lady. She was cold and arrogant, her beauty different from that of Gu Yunxi's. Even though her looks were slightly inferior, she could still be considered a stunning beauty. This was the Jin clan's young missus, Jin Rong. The noble aura around her created a sense of distance from other people. Thank you for the ritual implement, Yi Futian said looking at Jin Rong. Jin Rong took a look at Yi Futian and did not say anything. It was merely a ritual implement, it did not mean much to her. She raised her head and looked at Yu Sheng. Nobody knew Leng Sha's strength better than her. Ever since she had taken him in as her battle servant, she had used ways and means to increase his battle ability and consumed many resources in the process. Compared to when he was in the battlefield, Leng Sha's battle ability had gone up a few grades and was definitely among the genius level. However, he was decimated with no hesitation by one of Yu Sheng's punches. From this, she could imagine Yu Sheng's battle ability. Raising her head, Jin Rong stared at Yu Sheng, who was in midair, and said, "Are you willing to become my battle servant? Feel free to state your conditions, I can definitely give you more than the Dragon Clan can." Jin Rong was the young missus of the Jin clan and liked cultivating, causing her to be superior to men around her. Her coming to the Celestial Pavilion was not out of boredom, she merely wanted to see what level the person who was valued by the Dragon Clan was on. If that person's reputation was undeserved, she would just treat it as a wasted visit. If the person was really strong, she would try to obtain the person under her wing to work for her. Evidently, Yu Sheng had demonstrated strong enough battle ability to move Jin Rong. Battle servant? Yi Futian gave out a cruel aura. This woman wanted Yu Sheng to be her servant. Yu Sheng coldly swept Jin Rong, while Yi Futian said, "My brother is lacking a maid, are you willing to take up the role? If you're willing, you will definitely have more than what you own now in the future." Yi Futian's words astounded the crowd, and the people around Jin Rong glared at Yi Futian. One of them said ruthlessly, "You impudent fellow. Asking the Jin clan's young missus to be a maid? Was this supposed to be an insult to Jin Rong?" The crowd also had weird looks. Yi Futian's words were indeed presumptuous. Yi Futian looked coldly at the Jin clan's members. Jin Rong's suggestion of Yu Sheng becoming her battle servant was natural to them. But for her to become a maid was an insult. What was the difference between the two? Do unto others what you would have them do unto you. If the Jin clan's members are merely of such character, then please go ahead. Yi Futian's look was calm, and his voice emotionless. He was driving them out. The members of the Jin clan were speechless. Reasonably speaking, both of their actions were the same. However, every action had to consider the identity of the person. What was the status of the Jin clan's young Mrs. Jin Rong compared to Yu Sheng's? How could the two of them even be mentioned in the same breath? Interesting. Chen Lu smiled. This was probably the first time someone in the Divine Sky City proposed to take in Zhenrong as a maid. In the future, this would probably become the joke of the town. Zhenrong did not pay too much attention to Yi Futian's words. Her expression was frosty as always, and she hushed the people behind her with the motion of her hand. She looked towards Yi Futian and said, "This world has its fair share of strong cultivators. However, apart from potential, opportunity can also change a cultivator's destiny. I have seen many people with formidable potential who all had their own pride. However, people who are able to put down this pride usually go even further. They do not care about the attitudes and looks of the common people and only pursue stronger cultivation and follow their heart. Although he may not have a good reputation as my battle servant, he can make use of the Jin clan's resources, and have access to the same opportunities as me while I am growing. If he can soar to greater heights in the future, can he still be tied down by just the title of a battle servant?" Chen Lu's expression changed upon hearing Zhenrong's words. As expected of the prideful freezing beauty who loved to cultivate, her method of drawing people over to her side was straightforward. "What you said is correct," Yi Futian nodded and replied. "The reverse is also true. So it's also suitable for you to be my brother's maid. Does Miss Jin want to consider?" Zhenrong's gaze fixed on Yi Futian. She knew that nothing she said today would have any effect. This handsome teen was way too prideful and had lost himself in his pride. Of course, she understood how Yi Futian felt. Before someone with exceptional potential faced a real setback, they all stubbornly believed that they had the right to be proud. This illusion would cause them to be blinded and unable to recognize their true value. We're less than 1 month away from the opening of the Martial Fortune battleground. In this time, you can take your time to consider. If you're done considering, you can come and look for me. You and your brother can both become my battle servants, and I will make arrangements for you to join the Bright Moon School to step foot into the battleground with me. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be gone for good." After she had finished saying that, she turned around and left. The people around her followed her, including her battle servant Leng Sha. Even though he had been defeated, he was still calm and took a glance at Yu Sheng. Many people looked at Zhenrong leaving and realized that the Jin clan's young missus really valued Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. As expected, those with outstanding potential were likely to obtain beneficial treatment. As of date, the Dragon clan had given them the Celestial Pavilion, and the Jin clan's young lady had come to invite them under her wing. "I don't need the two of you to be my battle servants, and I can send you into the Blazing Sun School to cultivate. Are the two of you willing?" Suddenly, the Qin clan's Chen Lu started talking, and many people looked towards Chen Lu. Were the top 3 clans going to compete for talents? It seems that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were indeed awe-inspiring. The Qin clan also wanted to take them in, albeit not as battle servants. However, if Yi Futian agreed to their request, they would be considered members of the Qin clan in the future and have to follow the lead of the Qin clan. "Thanks," Yi Futian smiled and looked at Chen Lu, "but no thanks. You offended the Starry School on the day of the examinations. Even though you have potential, they probably will not accept you. However, the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School have no problems with it. Not long later, the Martial Fortune battleground will be opening to the disciples of the top 3 schools. Are you really going to miss this opportunity to increase your strength?" Chen Lu smiled and continued, "Consider properly. If you're done considering, you can look for me as well." After saying that, Chen Lu also brought his men and left. In the fairy pool, the disciples of the top 3 schools looked at Yi Futian. Sure enough, the strong did not lack opportunity. It was up to Yi Futian to grasp it now. Was he going to enter the Dragon clan, the Jin clan, or the Qin clan? If it was when Long Yitian was still alive, the Dragon clan would be the best choice. But things had changed. Long Yitian's death had left the Dragon clan weak, and the clan had fallen into a power struggle for a period of time afterward. This had affected their foundation, and they were unable to solidify their position as an elite clan afterward. However, after one battle, the rest of the people no longer expressed any intention to spar. One higher noble implement was not something normal people could afford. And even if they could afford it, how much confidence did they have to win? They had all seen Yu Sheng's battle ability. He could defeat Zhenrong's battle servant, Ling Sha, in one punch. Mr. Yi, are you really not going to consider entering the top 3 schools? Just then, a charming figure walked to Yi Futian's side. Many people had jealous expressions and envied Yi Futian. Gu Yunxi appeared to be giving Yi Futian preferential treatment. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. What is the martial fortune battleground? One of the places of opportunity in the Divine Sky City. Rumor has it that it is related to the founders of the top 3 schools, so it is controlled by the top 3 schools. Every year, 1 month after the top 3 schools' entrance examinations, is the opening day of the martial fortune battleground. It opens once a year, and only disciples of the top 3 schools can enter. Moreover, the top 3 schools are holding on to many other resources. If Mr. Yu wishes to enter the Starry School, I will do my best to help to obtain a place, Gu Yunxi replied gently, unlike Zhenrong and Chen Lu. It was easy for others to have a good impression of her. The clan Gu Yunxi was from had some influence in the Starry School. If she was willing to use her clan's strength, she had a chance to help Yi Futian obtain a place. Thank you, Miss Gu. Yi Futian smiled while nodding, and said, Shen Yu, waive all charges for Miss Gu when she visits the Celestial Pavilion in the future. He did not answer, so it naturally counted as a rejection. Gu Yunxi nodded and smiled, but did not continue to persuade him. She thanked him, thank you Mr. Yi, looks like I'll have to come to the Celestial Pavilion more often in the future. Naturally, it was a joke. At her level, she was not lacking these resources. Then I'll be leaving first. Gu Yunxi had a faint smile. Alright, please be careful on your way out, Miss Gu. Yi Futian nodded his head. Gu Yunxi's methods were pleasing, and she showed considerable control. Chapter 457. After the situation with Zhenrong, the Celestial Pavilion gradually reverted to its usual tranquility, and no one created trouble anymore. After the situation with Zhenrong, the Celestial Pavilion gradually reverted to its usual tranquility, and no one created trouble anymore. Yi Futian cultivated quietly in the pavilion, improving his spiritual energy, practicing his Guqin spell and honing his martial arts. Lulan Shui would enter the city once in a while to obtain some resources to aid her cultivation. Even though it was unable to achieve transformational change for her, but she was gradually improving. This was also Yi Futian's objective for coming to the Divine Sky City. In this eastern barren territory, he would raise his cultivation level and step into the noble plane. All other matters could be temporarily shelved for this. After he entered the noble plane, he would have much more choices. He could either stay in the Divine Sky City to cultivate or adventure further beyond. An arcana plane was far too weak to travel around the barren state. These days, Long Linger would often come and visit him, and Yi Futian would occasionally guide Long Linger in her practicing of the Guqin spell. Currently, Long Linger was in the Celestial Pavilion in Yi Futian's yard. The melodious Guqin melody slowly came to a halt. Long Linger sat quietly by the side, and as she saw Yi Futian stop playing, smiled brightly and said, Big brother Futian, every time I hear you play, it's like I fall into the imagery created by your Guqin melody and live in it. When will I ever be able to achieve this level? Practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the clearer it will be. When I started learning the Guqin, I was 1 year older than you are now, Yi Futian replied, smiling. You're lying to me again. Long Linger cackled while replying. If practice could make up the difference, why would there be any need for potential? Yi Futian glared at her. This little girl was simply too astute. Big brother Futian, my mother has set a target for me. If I'm not able to achieve it in 1 year, I still have to enter the Starry School to cultivate next year, Long Linger complained. Looks like you better start working hard then. Yi Futian smiled, and continued, if you can't achieve it, then you only have yourself to blame. Then just listen to your mother's words and enter the school to cultivate. All right. Long Linger mumbled. She did not seem willing. You've been out for so long, it's time for you to go back, Yi Futian rubbed her head and said. Long Linger scowled at Yi Futian, then stood up and said grudgingly, I knew it, we aren't related. Afterward, she gloomily walked out of the yard. Yi Futian smiled bitterly and shook his head, and after she had left, turned around and called out, Lulan. Lulan Shui walked to Yi Futian's side and heard him say, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day that the martial arts battlefield opens? That's right. Lulan Shui nodded her head gently. The things that I asked you to investigate, have they been investigated clearly? Yi Futian inquired. Yes, they have. Lulan Shui nodded her head and elaborated, the martial arts battlefield is located in the center of the Divine Sky City. Rumor has it that the Divine Sky City started to expand with the battlefield at its core, up until today. The wide expanse of the Divine Sky City, the martial arts battlefield in dead center, guarded by the experts from the top 3 schools. If we want to enter the martial arts battlefield, we need experts from the Sage Plane to escort us in. The exterior of the battlefield has the might of Sage Plane experts left by the ancestors that the younger generation cannot withstand. Their wills may be destroyed by the Sage might if they cannot withstand it. Lulan Shui continued her explanation of the battlefield. Apart from this, the battlefield has 9 levels, named the 9 levels of martial arts fate. Each level deeper, there are more benefits to be obtained. In the past hundreds of years, there has only been one person in the Divine Sky City that has stepped foot into the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield. That person was named the top genius of 1,000 years back then. Who was it? Yi Futian asked. Long Yitian, Long Linger's uncle, Lulan Shui answered. Yi Futian was in dismay. How did such a talent die? He thought to himself. So, apart from the disciples of the top 3 schools, there are no other means of entering the martial arts battlefield? Yi Futian asked. This was what his real concern was. There is. To enter the martial arts battlefield requires the protection of a Sage Plane expert. Non-disciples of the top 3 schools will not be stopped if they attempt to enter. To the top 3 schools, this kind of suicidal behavior is not worth their attention, Lulan Shui replied. Understood. Make preparations, we leave tomorrow, Yi Futian instructed. Lulan Shui nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. She would do whatever Yi Futian asked, and not go past her limits. She could also feel that as time passed, both her and Yi Futian were gradually getting used to each other's roles. She still remembered when they were in the cottage, Yi Futian was not used to instructing her to do things, and would often feel awkward. However, this awkwardness had since disappeared. She naturally understood that as Yi Futian grew, he was also changing. His playfulness was slowly decreasing, and the confidence that radiated from within him was stronger by the day. His aura was also slowly changing. He was still in the Arcana plane. What would he be like in the Noble plane? What about the Sage plane or an even higher level? She wanted to see what Yi Futian would be like in the future, and she truly had a chance to do so. At daybreak of the second day, the Divine Sky City was filled with chatter. Every year, there would be groundbreaking things happening in succession. The top 3 schools' admission examinations were the first, and the second was the opening of the martial arts battlefield. Every year, when the martial arts battlefield was opened, it could be said to be a test of the top 3 schools' disciples' potential. Based on how many levels they reached in the martial arts battlefield, their future potential would be determined. Similarly, it was also a competition between the top 3 schools, to see which school's disciples were more outstanding. Of course, what the citizens of the Divine Sky City wanted to see was who could step foot into the 8th and 9th level of the battlefield and exhibit their formidable talent. In the history of the Divine Sky City, those who could step foot into the 8th and 9th level of the battlefield would definitely become influential people in the Divine Sky City or leave after developing absolute power, provided they did not die before this happened. how could the citizens of the Divine Sky City not look forward to such a moment? The top 3 schools encompassed the most outstanding talents in the Divine Sky City, and it was now time to see who was the cream of the crop. At this moment, in the center of the Divine Sky City, at the outskirts of the martial arts battlefield, countless people gathered. However, the space in front of the battlefield was exceptionally empty. That space was naturally left for the disciples of the top 3 schools. In the air, a huge gang of experts made their landing. The Blazing Sun School had arrived. Apart from the disciples of the Blazing Sun School, there were many seniors and members from elite clans. They all wanted to witness the performance of their younger generation. Following the Blazing Sun School, the Bright Moon School and Starry School's experts all arrived. In the blink of an eye, the empty space was filled with thousands of young teens, all in the Arcana Plane. The martial arts battlefield was a training grounds for cultivators of Arcana Plane and weaker. Many strong demonic beasts appeared in the air. In one direction, there was a demonic dragon. On the dragon sat a beautiful lady, her gaze fixed on the space below. Many people looked up towards her, the Madam of the West Mountain Dragon Clan. She had personally come to watch Long Mu enter the martial arts battlefield. Many people understood why she had come. Many years ago, Long Etienne's accomplishment in the martial arts battlefield caused his reputation to skyrocket within the Divine Sky City, becoming a legend. The West Mountain Dragon Clan had high hopes for Long Mu, and the madam wanted to personally witness if Long Mu could inherit his father's legacy and step into the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield. Of course, with Long Mu's current strength at the Middle Arcana Plane, he did not have much hope. It was more likely next year when he had reached the pinnacle of the Arcana Plane. Apart from Madame Long, many important figures from the various clans were here, watching the battlefield from the air. They also had their expectations. "Madam, long time no see. You still look as beautiful as always." In the air, a figure looked at Madame Long. It was an elder from the Jin clan, his aura was strong and contained a sharp feeling. Madame Long's gaze swept across him indifferently and she did not reply. This time, of the Dragon Clan members that enter the martial arts battlefield, Long Mu should be the one to go the furthest. With his current level, he can probably enter the 6th level. However, my Jin clan's Jin Yunlang, Jin Yunxiao from the Starry School, will not perform worse than Long Mu, especially Jin Yunlang. He has already entered the 6th level last year. This year, he will challenge the 8th level, the Jin clan expert declared confidently. Jin Yunlang was a genius upper Arcana Plane member of the Jin clan, who was cultivating in the Starry School. "You had better let Jin Yunlang compete with the elite clan members from the other 2 schools, Madame Long coolly replied. This time, the top 3 schools had obtained too many elite talents. The citizens of the Divine Sky City were unable to predict who could go the furthest. The Starry School had Jin Yunlang, Gu Ming, Long Mu, Jin Yunxiao, as well as the school's Arcana Plane prodigy, Bai Qiong. The Blazing Sun School, the Bright Moon School, the Qin Clan, the Jin Clan as well as other geniuses from the other 2 top schools were also extremely outstanding. This time, there would be too many geniuses entering the martial arts battlefield. Nobody knew who would go the furthest until the end. This time's trial was crucial. It was not only to examine their potential, but it was also an opportunity for fortune. The further they went, the better the opportunity was. Nobody wanted to miss such a chance. Big Brother Futian. At this moment, beside Madame Long, a crisp voice sounded out. It was Long Linger. Her gaze moved towards the crowd and landed on Yi Futian and his group among the crowd. As her voice landed, countless gazes looked towards Yi Futian. 1 month ago, Yi Futian also shot to fame, so many people still remembered him. However, many people only coldly looked at him. In the past month, there was not much news about Yi Futian since he had been cultivating in the Celestial Pavilion, and did not look for Zhenrong and Chen Lu. Evidently, he had rejected them. But how was he here now? What was the purpose of his being here? This is your last chance, Have you thought over it clearly? From the Bright Moon School's crowd, an alluring figure looked at Yi Futian. It was Zhenrong. She was still willing to give Yi Futian a final chance. I made my choice clear a month ago, Yi Futian replied coolly. Zhenrong's gaze turned away and she did not look at him again. Yi Futian was no longer worth her attention. From within the crowd, Wang Yuqing saw Yi Futian, and she felt a sense of pity. Yi Futian should have entered the top 3 schools. If he could enter the martial arts battlefield this time around, he might be able to grasp the opportunity. Let's go. A voice sounded out, and the people from the top 3 schools nodded in agreement. The huge crowd started to make their way to the martial arts battlefield. Chapter 458. The entrance to the martial arts battlefield was a door. In front of the door, there was an extremely wide bridge, and the disciples of the top 3 schools all made their way across it. The entrance to the martial arts battlefield was a door. In front of the door, there was an extremely wide bridge, and the disciples of the top 3 schools all made their way across it. From within the door of the martial arts battlefield, an intimidating aura spread out, the pressuring aura dispersing throughout the entire area. At both sides of the bridge, there were experts from the top 3 schools standing guard. In the air above, sage plane experts from the top 3 schools appeared, a horrifying aura emitting from them. This caused a strong sage intent to envelop everyone, resisting the might from the martial arts battlefield, allowing them to enter the battlefield. The huge army entered in a steady flow, and it took a long while for all of them to enter the battlefield. The space in front of the battlefield became empty again, but the people surrounding it continued to stare at the martial arts battlefield, anticipating the results of the disciples of the top 3 schools. Who would be able to go the furthest? Seniors, I would like to try to enter the martial arts battlefield. Would that be okay? From within the crowd, a person walked out and saluted the experts from the top 3 schools. You may if you are able to. However, you bear the consequences, one of the elders from the top 3 schools replied nonchalantly, not caring in the least. Every year when the martial arts battlefield opened, there would be people who would want to try their luck but would eventually reap their just deserts. Yi Futian's gaze lit up. It was exactly as Lulan Shui had investigated, the top 3 schools would not interfere with others trying to enter. They would usually fail, and moreover, even if they had the capability to enter the martial arts battlefield, could they affect the outcome? The martial arts battlefield was after all the training ground for the disciples of the top 3 schools. With the agreement from the top 3 schools, there were people who walked towards the martial arts battlefield's bridge. However, the moment they stepped foot within, they felt a terrifying might crushing down upon them. The person who was at the forefront let out a muffled sigh. The next thing he knew, he was vomiting blood and his body flew backward. The experts from the top 3 schools looked disdainfully at the sight. They had seen the same thing happen far too many times. Normal people did not stand a chance at all, unless they were disciples from elite factions who were able to withstand the sage might using special sage ritual implements. However, those from elite factions usually joined the top 3 schools and would have protection from sage plane experts. Just then, a group of people emerged from the crowd, causing many people to stare at them. Big Brother Futian. Long Linger was astonished, looking at the figure that had walked out. Big Brother Futian wanted to enter the martial arts battlefield. But he wasn't willing to enter the top 3 schools. How was he going to enter the martial arts battlefield? Mother, why don't you help Big Brother Futian think of an idea? Long Linger asked Madame Long who was beside her. Madame Long also looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. From her interaction, he did not seem like someone who was blindly arrogant. Maybe he just wanted to feel the sage might and not enter the martial arts battlefield. Of course, even if he really wanted to try, it was not a problem. As to helping Yi Futian, the Starry School's people were also around. If she were to step in, it would reflect well on the Starry School's reputation. Currently, several people from the Starry School had noticed Yi Futian. A few of them laughed mockingly. Some of the younger generation were arrogant because of their outstanding potential and lacked respect. However, after they had experienced a setback, they would learn humility. At this time, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Lu Lan Shua and a black-winged condor had reached the edge of the bridge. They heard Yi Futian say, "I'll go try first, you guys wait." As he finished, Yi Futian stepped forward and onto the bridge. Crash! In an instant, an overbearing intent entered his head. He could see an overwhelming figure that was godlike and had intimidating might. Sage intent. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and that godlike figure entered his brain, destroying everything within, the formless figure attempting to crush his will. When the difference in level was great enough, one look was enough to kill, even if it was the destruction of one's spiritual will. Within Yi Futian's head, a holy light shone, the golden light protecting his will from destruction and keeping the sage might out. He's still not backing off, is he asking for trouble? In the air, an elder from the starry school said. The more a person resisted, the worse they would end up. Trying to combat the sage intent was tantamount to suicide. Not even noble plane experts dared to stand up against it, not to mention those in the arcana plane. At this time, shades of brilliance started to shine from Yi Futian's body. In that instant, he appeared to be covered in 7 colors of radiance, causing many to have shocked looks. This was noble intent, every one of them elite. Moreover, these were noble wills of all elements. Was he using this to resist the sage intent? All elements. Many gazes locked on Yi Futian. It turned out that he was not just a musical sorcerer, but also a full attribute sorcerer with fearsome potential. Madame Long also looked shocked. It looked like she had again underestimated Yi Futian's potential. It was no wonder that he was prideful in everything that he did, no matter how low profile he might look. At that moment, under everyone's dumbfounded stares, Yi Futian took a step forward. Everyone was completely engaged in his actions. Was he actually going to try to forcefully enter the martial arts battlefield? Presently, Yi Futian tried to weaken his will of the emperor and tried to use his noble will to repel the sage intent. His noble will was repeatedly crushed, and he took step after step until his noble will was no longer able to resist the sage intent. He had already walked half the distance by then. This distance made many people's gazes freeze. A noble plane cultivator actually managed to forcefully walk half the distance using his noble will. Could he continue to walk forward? Just then, Yi Futian's body moved back to where he first started, his footsteps unsteady, as though he had been struck by an invisible force. Did he fail in the end? The crowd's gazes lit up. Furthermore, he was not injured, this was already an extremely rare case. In the air, the people from the top 3 schools had renewed looks. Nobody had mocking faces anymore, being able to reach this step was already an achievement in itself. With such potential, it's no wonder that he's this arrogant. However, this is also a flaw that will cause him to delay his progress. One of the starry school's elders sighed and felt pity. He had to admit that Yi Futian's potential was indeed outstanding. After Yi Futian had returned to where he started, he did not care about what others thought. Instead, he looked towards Yu Sheng and the rest and said, using our noble will supported by ritual implements to withstand the sage intent, we have a chance to enter. It's worth a try. Then let's try it. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. Yes, replied the rest. Although they might reveal some of their treasures, the martial arts battlefield was an extraordinary place, it was still worth it to enter. As the Celestial Pavilion's owner, he was already extremely rich, so it would not be much even if he revealed a sage ritual implement. Let's go, Yi Futian announced. Immediately, the rest of the people followed suit and an even stronger noble will burst out from within them, and they walked forward in tandem. Many people had bizarre looks. Was Yi Futian actually going to continue trying? Was his previous retreat just testing the limits of the sage intent? At that moment, Yi Wuchen's body was shrouded by an invisible sword will, which transformed into an imposing sword might. His whole body became like a sword and he continued to walk forward step by step. Lulan Xue's life spirit bloomed, and within her life spirit, the Sage Treasure Book appeared, releasing beams of brilliant light and enveloping her body within. Yuxing's footsteps were heavy but steady, landing loudly every step. With his noble will around his body, he looked like he was possessed by a demon. The black-winged condor's eyes were completely black, similarly walking forward. The black-winged condor had blended into Yi Futian's will of the emperor and its demon bird will. Wuchen, Lulan, Yi Futian shouted and Yi Wuchen drew his sword. There were 2 swords on his back, one of them was the famous sword Alcade. It had once been the sword that the Futian Sword Clan's clan leader had shot to fame with, but when he had been killed by Yi Futian at the Sky Mountain, the sword had naturally fallen into Yi Futian's possession and given to Yi Wuchen to use. When the sword was drawn, a sword veil formed in the surroundings, encompassing all of them. Lulan Xue's treasure book similarly let out a bright glow, protecting everyone within it. The 4 of them stepped onto the black-winged condor's back like they were forming a miniature matrix. At this time, Yi Futian's noble will was also absorbed into the light veil. The black-winged condor's body broke into a flight, a demonic glow shining in its eyes, tearing through the air like lightning. Originally, the distance was already short. With the acceleration by the black-winged condor, they transformed into a ray of light, rushing straight for the entrance. When the horrifying sage might culminated onto them, the light around them became even more dazzling, and in the next moment, the black-winged condor's body dashed straight through the door and disappeared. The people outside who saw this happen had dazed looks on their faces, and many others were stunned. What was happening? In the end, it was that simple. Was it because of that sage ritual implement? Madame Long had a bewildered look on her face. Yi Futian did not enter the top 3 schools but was able to step into the martial arts battlefield nonetheless. Presently, within the martial arts battlefield, Yi Futian and his friends appeared within. In actuality, they could have entered very easily. But the reason why they did not was to hide some treasures they possessed and only revealed their sage ritual implement. Choosing not to think about all of this, Yi Futian's gaze looked forwards. Many of the disciples of the top 3 schools were already walking forward with great vigor. The martial arts battlefield looked like a heavenly palace and had levels leading upwards. At the furthest direction, it was a blur, but he had a faint vision of a heavenly palace located among the heavens like it was connected with the sky. That should be the highlight of the martial arts battlefield, the fabled 9th level. The place where they were at currently was the outskirts of the martial arts battlefield's 1st level. There seemed to be an invisible force floating in the air, yet it would flow out between one's hands when they tried to grab hold of it. Some of the people at the front turned back and were dumbfounded when they saw Yi Futian. Wang Yuqing was walking in the back, and she saw Yi Futian, and her gaze froze. How did he get in? Could it be that Yi Futian had given in the end and joined one of the top 3 schools? If that was the case, which school did he enter? Chapter 459, Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yuqing. He kept looking at the individual space. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yuqing. He kept looking at the individual space. The martial arts battlefield had no spiritual qi. It only had omnipresent martial arts fate. Cultivators who entered the battlefield had their own plane but could only use their spiritual qi to fight while stealing martial arts fate from the battlefield. They would use up their spiritual qi, but if they stole martial arts fate, they could continue fighting. These were the rules of the battlefield. Some said that it wasn't real, the field was just a mirage created by an early sage. One couldn't tell real from unreal. Others said that this battlefield truly existed. Everything was real. The sage had just used a special force to turn it into a training ground. The battlefield was vast with 9 levels of space on top of each other. Each level had more martial arts fate than the last. Now, the disciples of the top 3 schools had split. They went forward and started snatching martial arts fate. Many amongst them had come last year and was familiar with the battlefield. For example, Long Mu's eyes were extremely sharp now. This time, he must surpass the 7th level. Next year, when he improved more, he could challenge his father's glorious record and try the 9th level. Let's go, Yi Futian said. As soon as he spoke, the black winged eagle flapped its wings. 4 people stood on its back so they could conserve energy. The battlefield on this level was like a barren city. They forged onward, following the disciples of the top 3 schools. Many figures appeared before them. They seemed unrealistic, like hallucinations that could disappear at any time. They wore silver armor and had long spears. Martial arts fate snaked around them and they seemed undefeatable like nobles. Everything in the battlefield is martial arts fate. You can take it all, Lulan Shui said. The disciples of the top 3 schools have already charged into the crowd and started fighting. The stronger ones swept through without anyone able to block them. The weaker ones could barely walk. A silver-armored army appeared before Yi Futian's group too. The martial arts fate filled the sky and formed a terrifying force. Steal by yourself and try not to use it up before arriving at the 5th level, Yi Futian said. The creatures on each level were different. The later ones were stronger. This was why the people of higher cultivation were more likely to make it to the end. Right now, they were in the mid-arcana plane. Yi Futian's goal was to try not to use up their spiritual qi before reaching the 5th level. 4 figures flew off from the black winged eagle's back. Before them, the silver-armored army's spears shot out. Their martial arts fate transformed into horrible and shocking power. Like a noble attack, it pierced through everything. These spirits made Yi Futian feel that they were filled with noble fate and created by noble martial arts fate. However, they could only display power from the first arcana plane. Even still, their attacks were much stronger due to the martial arts fate. The silver-white light cut through everything. Yu Xin walked like a demon god. With a huge boom, all the spirits around him shattered. Martial arts fate instantly wrapped around him. He grasped a silver spear and snatched it. Then he charged forward, no one could stop him. Yi Wuchen seemed to transform into a sword. He shot forward, creating pops of air. Various spirits were destroyed, their martial arts fate stolen. Lulan Shui was a bit at a disadvantage. She majored in sorcery so she had to use spiritual qi. She released her life spirit and melded into the horrible cold light. Everything was sealed in ice and destroyed. She tried to fight as fast as possible. Like Yu Sheng, Yi Futian ran straight into the crowd and clashed physically. Everything in his path was destroyed. He practiced the body-enhancing technique. The spirits of the first level couldn't stop his terrifying body. The black-winged eagle also crashed around. The 4 people and 1 beast swept through, quickly destroying the army. Rather than stopping, they continued forward. Other spirits would come, but the ending was all the same, Mr. Yi, a pleasantly surprised and gentle voice said. Yi Futian turned around and saw Gu Yunxi in the near distance. There was a young man beside her. He looked extraordinary. It was Gu Ming from the Gu clan. Other than them, the place was filled with students from the top 3 schools. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Gu Yunxi smiled and asked, "How did you enter?" She didn't guess like Wang Yuqing and just asked. "I walked in," Yi Futian said jokingly. Gu Yunxi blinked. She'd thought that Yi Futian would miss this chance, but unexpectedly, he came. The first 3 levels are easy, but in the middle, the difficulty multiplies. Each level is harder than the last. For the last 3, only the top figures can enter, especially the 9th level. For thousands of years, only Long Yitian has done it. Mr. Yi, your cultivation plane is a bit of a disadvantage. Thus, you should try to get enough martial arts fate in every level. That way, you can release spells with them in the next level and help you go further. Gu Yunxi was more familiar with the battlefield and told Yi Futian in case he didn't know. Yi Futian's plane was low, but she wished he could go further. After all, there weren't many chances before. Understood, thank you. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He continued forward and martial arts spirits kept appearing only to get killed. In the other direction, a dazzling figure appeared. He had a pair of golden rock wings behind him. The wings flapped and swept past. The sharp feathers wildly snatched martial arts fate. Jin Yunxiao scanned Yi Futian, surprised that they had come. Last time, he had been defeated by Yu Sheng at the Starry School's exam day. He would never forget it. This area was mostly disciples from the Starry School. Long Mu was also here, but he didn't look at Yi Futian. He had his own goal on the battlefield and didn't care about the others. The people kept moving forward. There seemed to be a strange aura around Yi Futian. That was the martial arts fate. Yi Futian could feel clearly that he could use this martial arts strength. In addition, these martial arts fate were weak and couldn't really help him. There was no need to go crazy to get them. However, Yi Futian discovered something strange. There were countless strands of martial arts fate around him. Each one was different. Just like the spirits he'd killed were different, the martial arts fate from them was different too. Before him, another spirit came. Yi Futian got an idea. He instantly grouped much martial arts fate into a huge palm. He slammed it forward and killed the spirits, getting more martial arts fate and strengthening. Yi Futian kept attacking with martial arts fate. It was actually unneeded, but he needed to use it later. Thus, he wanted to familiarize himself with it beforehand. As he kept going, the strong and weak were gradually separated. The ordinary cultivators were left behind. The people with high cultivation had already entered the second level. People of the Arcana plane were naturally the fastest. The first few levels were nothing to them. There were also many silver-armored soldiers on the second level. The strong cultivators killed them all. Yi Futian discovered that the people with high cultivation wouldn't even take martial arts fate. They just walked past, overlooking it. Clearly, the fate from the first 3 levels was useless. It couldn't help them, so they ignored it for higher levels. Soon, people crossed through the 3rd level and came to the 4th. Here, the spirits contained both human and beast. Yi Futian could even sense that they weren't restricted to a single plane anymore. Their auras were horrible and some were even from the mid-arcana plane. Yi Futian looked over. All he could see was an endless tide of spirits. Those from the upper arcana plane finally started taking martial arts fate. Even they had to worry about energy usage later on. They must get strong enough fate to prepare for later battles. Yi Futian also charged forward, but he didn't use his own strength. The martial arts fate from earlier flowed through his body, protecting him. When a powerful beast rushed over, Yi Futian punched. His fist was like a dragon that roared like an ape. With a huge boom, the beast shattered. It transformed into martial arts fate and wrapped around Yi Futian. Another demon wolf pounced like an alpha. Its demonic eyes were extremely cold. Yi Futian turned slightly. His palm sliced across like a sword. With a squelch, the wolf was halved. Yi Futian's palm glowed with gold light. It was as sharp as a rock's feather. He continued charging. But then, a dazzling figure cut before him. He looked up and saw a huge gold beast sweep past. There were many poofs as countless spirits were destroyed. There was a beautiful figure on the demon's back. It was Zhenrong. Her fiery sword cut past, taking all the martial arts fate from the spirits her beast killed. She swept the place clean instantly. Zhenrong turned and looked coolly at Yi Futian before continuing. She was highly efficient at taking martial arts fate. Yi Futian froze. The battlefield was mostly fair to the disciples of the top 3 schools. People from every plane could challenge themselves somewhere. But those with powerful backgrounds naturally had a bigger advantage. Chapter 460. Of course, even though Zhen Rong's absorption speed was extremely fast, Yi Futian was not frantic. The martial arts battlefield had 9 levels, which would get progressively harder. The middle 3 levels were a dividing factor. The fastest person would not necessarily be able to enter the final 3 levels. Of course, even though Zhen Rong's absorption speed was extremely fast, Yi Futian was not frantic. The martial arts battlefield had 9 levels, which would get progressively harder. The middle 3 levels were a dividing factor. The fastest person would not necessarily be able to enter the final 3 levels. These upper arcana plane geniuses were able to speedily progress forward because they had been here before, and they were focused on moving even deeper. However, he needed more understanding of this place. At present, being surrounded by martial arts fate, Yi Futian faintly felt the mysterious power contained within the martial arts fate. At that moment, a 5th-level arcana plane demonic beast assaulted him. Yi Futian's body rotated slightly, and the martial arts fate formed a hurricane. His fist struck through the air with an unstoppable force, and with a huge bang, the demonic beast blew up into pieces and the martial arts fate around him grew stronger. He naturally understood that to these martial arts spirits, their cultivation level would equate to the level of their martial arts fate. Killing stronger spirits would mean that the martial arts fate obtained was stronger. Furthermore, the martial arts spirits there were countless. It was no wonder that it was called the martial arts battlefield. Just then, not far away from where Yi Futian was, an expert soared through the air and looked at the ground. He saw Yi Futian had reached here, and his expression was frigid. He smirked and said, "The 4th level of the martial arts battlefield is more fitting for you. Why don't you stay here and cultivate slowly?" That expert was Jiang Nan. After the Starry School's admission examinations, many people had ridiculed and mocked him. Even Wang Yuqing kept a distance from him. That woman was naturally not a good person, but she would act as though she was on a higher moral standpoint, the bitch. After saying that, the person continued to advance forward. Now that he met Yi Futian again, he was naturally unhappy. That was why he wanted to show off his advantage. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Futian, so he was stronger. Yi Futian looked at him and thought, how annoying. He did not care about Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing at all, but it seems like the other party was very concerned with him. The martial arts spirits in the 4th level were from all levels in the middle arcana plane. There were even those in the 6th level of the arcana plane. However, this did not stop them. Currently, Yi Futian and his friends had reached the boundary between the 4th and 5th level. If they were to continue forward, they would be in the 5th level. He speculated that upper arcana plane spirits would start appearing in the 5th level. "Let's not enter the 5th level, I need to comprehend the martial arts fate," Yi Futian said, and the rest nodded. They found an empty space and sat down. Yi Futian closed his eyes. He could faintly feel that his body was surrounded by countless martial arts fate, from the 1st to the 6th level. These martial arts fate enveloped him like shadows, and scenes started to play within Yi Futian's head. He intently perceived and split the scenes, following which, he saw a robust noble plane cultivator. The person's finger struck down and a sword will that rained over the heavens appeared, tearing through everything. Yi Futian saw yet another image, another sturdy noble plane cultivator, his body looking as though it was forged out of gold, countless golden lines coursing throughout his body. With one punch, the golden noble plane cultivator's fist destroyed everything. In his head, these images were constantly appearing. There were martial arts, spells, sword techniques, broadsword techniques, and many others. Yi Futian had a conjecture. Within the martial arts battlefield, all martial arts fate were expert spells incorporated into strong spiritual wills and converted into martial arts fate. The martial arts fate was the fortune in martial arts. Gaining that fortune would allow one to comprehend the martial arts. Yi Futian finally understood the purpose of the martial arts battlefield. It was indeed a great opportunity, no wonder the disciples of the top 3 schools were not willing to miss it. Members of elite clans would enter the top 3 schools, not just because the top 3 schools had an environment for cultivation, but also the resources they had. Do you feel it? Yi Futian opened his eyes and asked the rest. Yes. Yi Wuqian nodded. Looks like we can't be in a hurry now, we'll stay here and try to comprehend, Yi Futian said, and Yi Wuqian and Yu Xing nodded in agreement. The group all closed their eyes and silently perceived the martial arts fate. Regardless of martial arts techniques or spells, in reality, those that Yi Futian cultivated in was stronger than those contained within the martial arts fates. However, he needed to become more accustomed to using the martial arts fate to unleash a stronger power, to prepare for his entrance to higher levels. He was merely in the 4th level and the fortune contained in the martial arts fate was already quite strong. What about the 5th and 6th level? What was even scarier was the 7th and 8th level. Then what about the 9th level that only Long Yitian had ever stepped foot into? In the midst of their cultivation, many people passed by Yi Futian and his friends, but they simply glanced at him casually before continuing on. Among them, there were disciples of the Starry School who saw that Yi Futian and his friends had stopped here. They secretly thought that he was affected by his low cultivation level, even if he had outstanding potential, but his battle ability had a limit. If they were to continue further, there was indeed a great risk for them. They knew that the 5th level of the martial arts battlefield would have upper arcana plane spirits. After a long while, Yi Futian and his friends started to open their eyes one after the other. They stood up and walked into the 5th level of the martial arts battlefield. Before them, there had already been many experts who had come to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, they did not see any martial arts spirits upon entering the 5th level. They continued to progress forward and came to a vast space. At the front, there were many people battling with the martial arts spirits. As expected, they realized that there were upper arcana plane spirits, which had a strong battle ability. Seeing them appear, many spirits pounced towards them and attacked. The one standing before Yi Futian was in the 6th level, equivalent to the 6th level of the arcana plane. Bam! Yi Futian's body ignited, turning him into a flaming giant. The martial arts fate surrounded him also ignited, turning into fire martial arts fate. Yi Futian stepped forward and struck out with a giant palm before the spirit had landed on him. The palms branded into flaming words, and with a bang, the martial arts spirit was directly torn into pieces, and its martial arts fate absorbed by Yi Futian. He had already absorbed 6th level martial arts fate on the 4th level. This fortune could unleash the power of a 6th level arcana plane cultivator. Even though Yi Futian's cultivation level was low, but he could leverage on the martial arts fate explosion to unleash battle ability that was beyond his cultivation level. Adding that on to the potential he had, it was a small matter for him to sweep the 6th level arcana plane spirits. After he knew the benefits and uses of the martial arts fate, Yi Futian's absorption rate increased and he swept the spirits at an insane rate. The 6th level arcana plane spirits were steadily cleared out and became his strength. At this time, a sharp look shot towards him. Yi Futian's gaze turned and he saw a 7th level arcana plane spirit walking towards him. The martial arts spirit's aura was alarming, as though a noble plane cultivator had possessed it. Its arm stretched out and a huge handprint appeared in the air, golden light emitting from it. The handprint gradually became more corporeal and clawed towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a sudden step and flew into the air, his fingers piercing towards the front. In an instant, a huge amount of martial arts fate converted into a horrifying sword will and every strand of martial arts fate became a bloodthirsty sword that struck the giant handprint and shattered it. Yi Futian continued to step forward, and crackling sounds could be heard as more martial arts fate became fearsome vines, shining with golden light, engulfing the martial arts spirit. The spirit raised its arm and struck out, the handprint wiping out everything. However, all of Yi Futian's martial arts fate erupted at that moment, assimilating into his fatal entanglement spell. Many of his martial arts fates were destroyed, but the rest of the 6th level martial arts fates still found their way past the spirit's defenses towards its body. The golden vine struck out like sharp blades, and with a squelch, the spirit was impaled and a strand of 7th level martial arts fate started to encircle Yi Futian. Yi Futian could distinctly feel that this strand of martial arts fate was stronger than the rest. He had to start from the lowest level and work his way up to the highest. He could do this because of his ability to defeat people of higher cultivation levels. Similarly, if the disciples of the top 3 schools were not able to do so after they reached a certain level, they would face their limit, even if the person was at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. Yi Futian's guess was that this limit was the 6th level of the martial arts battlefield. There were already upper arcana plane spirits appearing here. The 6th level would probably have martial arts spirits at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. Many people saw Yi Futian killing the 7th level martial arts spirit and looked at him. It seemed like it was true that his potential was outstanding, as he could use the martial arts fate to battle someone of a higher cultivation level and challenge a higher level of the martial arts battlefield. Not only Yi Futian, but Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui could do so too. In the 5th level, Yi Futian stayed for a very long time, absorbing a huge amount of martial arts fates, before he stepped foot into the 6th level of the martial arts battlefield. He was very clear that the 6th level would be a dividing factor. The majority of the top 3 schools' disciples would also stop here. The 6th level was very quiet, and Yi Futian walked forward step by step. He came to an enormous open space, and there were many stone pillars reaching towards the sky. Over there, he saw an immense amount of martial arts spirits, like a huge army camping there. This martial arts spirit army was densely packed and blocked the road ahead. In front of the large army, the disciples of the top 3 schools that had reached first all stopped here. They did not rush into action, rather, they were waiting for more people to arrive. To the disciples of the top 3 schools, they understood the martial arts battlefield very well. Nobody would be reckless enough to rush into the huge army alone to try and reach the next level. Only by attacking together would they have an opportunity to break through. When Yi Futian reached, he realized that apart from those with high cultivation levels, there were many people that he knew here. Long Mu, Gu Yunxi, and the rest were all here. Many people turned around and looked at him when they saw Yi Futian arrive. When they saw him, the disciples of the Starry School looked especially flabbergasted. Him, a 4th level arcana plane cultivator, managed to get here? Moreover, Yi Futian was not the only one. However, when they remembered his performance during the day of the examination, they did not find it strange anymore. Reaching the 6th level was definitely possible for someone who could surpass the cultivation level difference, but this would be where he stopped. Not just Yi Futian, but the majority of the people would all stop here. Chapter 461, Yi Futian stood quietly behind the crowd and looked at the vast army before him from which a wave of terrifying martial arts fate was being released. The army extended all the way into the distance and nobody knew how many spirits there were. Yi Futian stood quietly behind the crowd and looked at the vast army before him from which a wave of terrifying martial arts fate was being released. The army extended all the way into the distance and nobody knew how many spirits there were. The disciples of the top 3 schools also seemed very solemn. They knew that this level was like a dividing line. Those who could pass it would have a chance to obtain something much better. The people behind them arrived one after another. People who could reach the 6th level were either upper arcana plane cultivators or talented geniuses from the top 3 schools. Very soon, the disciples from the top 3 schools also formed an army. They all stared before them with a serious expression. Suddenly, a person in front of the crowd from Blazing Sun School said emotionlessly, "It's about time. Let's start." Immediately, everyone released their auras and an astonishing gust of martial arts fate was formed, circling around them. Then, they started advancing forward. There was a Blazing Sun School disciple who was charging at the front of the crowd. With a sun sword in his hand, he leaped out in midair. When he lifted his sword, martial arts fate circled around the sword which was set ablaze with sun flares. Then, he struck his sword out, sending many beams of light downwards. Accompanied by a continuous sizzling, many spirits were killed, their martial arts fate flying towards the disciple. Battle erupted in just a split second. The disciples of the top 3 schools all charged forward. In the martial arts battlefield trial this time, the Arcana Plane disciples of the top 3 schools were almost all present, many of whom were geniuses. There were also many upper Arcana Plane disciples. Clearly, the team formed by them at the moment was extremely strong. Behind an extraordinary disciple from Bright Moon's school, the radiance of the moon bloomed and poured down. Many spirits were rooted directly, after which they were frozen and annihilated. Yi Futian saw Zhenrong. Her mount was a demon which was at the peak of the Arcana Plane and was crushing everything in its path. However, she only injured the spirits around instead of killing them. She had an outstanding sword of fire in her hand and wherever she passed, blood poured down like the rain. As a 6th-level Arcana Plane cultivator, Zhenrong's power and combat ability were both excellent. After all, she was a madman at cultivating. Behind Longmu, martial arts fate turned into a pure-blooded dragon who circled around him. He was similarly in the 6th level of the Arcana Plane. As he advanced forward, the demonic dragon engulfed everything and nothing could stop him at all. Our goal isn't to pass the army quickly. Instead, it's to collect sufficient martial arts fate. From the 7th level all the way to the 9th level, Yi Futian said. Only in this way, they could continue moving up. He believed that with their ability to challenge people at much higher levels than them, they would not encounter many difficulties. As long as they could obtain enough martial arts fate, they would be able to deal with the other people later. In Yi Futian's opinion, it was not a wild thought to go to the 7th level of the battlefield, but something he must do. At the moment, he was not trying to break past the army quickly and enter the 7th level but to accumulate a sufficient amount of martial arts fate in the 6th level. Alright. Yi Futian's teammates all understood his meaning and nodded one after another. Then, they moved forward and also charged into the army. The 4 people had all obtained quite a lot of 7th level martial arts fate in the last level. With this, they could possess the combat power of the 7th level of the Arcana Plane, which was more than enough for them to deal with spirits of the same level. Even if they were to encounter any spirits in the 8th level of the Arcana Plane, they were still confident that they would win. At the moment when they charged into the crowd, they were surrounded by spirits at once as there were too many of them. As they spread out, Yi Futian realized that many 7th level Arcana Plane cultivators were charging towards him. Yi Futian's hand suddenly struck forward like a bolt of lightning and martial arts fate converged. Immediately, many palm prints were formed together and flew towards the incoming spirits. Numerous bolts of lightning swept past and destroyed everything in their paths. Then, the palm prints slapped down, producing a loud rumbling, after which many beams of martial arts fate fused with Yi Futian. Soon, Yi Futian's body was buried within the huge army of martial fate spirits. He was not however anxious to charge out. Instead, he fought within the army and his every punch was extremely powerful. With every attack that he made, he would destroy one spirit and obtain its martial arts fate. It was as if he was practicing his boxing skills here. The martial arts battlefield had become a place for him to train his combat powers. In the sky above, some people noticed what had happened to Yi Futian and his team, for example, Jiang Nan, who had been constantly paying close attention to Yi Futian. Realizing that Yi Futian and his friends were trapped, Jiang Nan sneered. Even though Yi Futian was talented, it would still be very difficult for him to break out of the army once buried. He flashed and left the air, searching for his new target. He needed to kill stronger spirits in order to experience an effect. Yi Futian and his friends were wildly killing the spirits which were in the 7th level of the Arcana Plane. At the moment, a few stronger spirits noticed Yi Futian and walked towards him from the air. They all had spears in their hands as if they were in charge of punishing offenders. They stared coldly at Yi Futian, after which their spears flew across the sky and charged towards Yi Futian like silver bolts of lightning. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the incoming spears above him. Then, the martial arts fate around him suddenly trembled and golden light filled the sky. A light screen appeared above him, on which there were many magical symbols. Every beam of martial arts fate seemed to have turned into a symbol. When the few spirits approached him, Yi Futian pointed his finger at the sky. Right away, the spells from the symbols erupted simultaneously, releasing a dazzling radiance and crushing everything in their paths. This was the ability which he had obtained from the martial arts fate. Accompanied with many loud booms, the powerful attacks collided with each other. Just then, Yi Futian moved his body with martial arts fate circling around him. As he moved his palm, thousands of beams of martial arts fate turned into countless vines which swept out towards the incoming enemies. Following many sizzling sounds, all the 8th level spirits collapsed and their martial arts fate flew towards Yi Futian. After Yi Futian obtained the martial arts fate, he already had a shocking amount on his body. Moreover, it was far from over yet. Of course, even though Yi Futian's speed was very fast, there were still many people who were faster. Those people who were upper arcana plane geniuses, riding on powerful demons, or holding sage ritual implements because of their extraordinary backgrounds were all moving at the front line, killing countless spirits. However, suddenly, many figures flew over from the distance. They were showered in brilliant golden light and wearing armor like they were divine generals. Possessing an incredible amount of martial arts fate, they looked extremely powerful. These general-like figures charged directly towards the powerful people in the air. For example, such a figure appeared in front of Zhenrong. The general-like figure swung his palm forward. Immediately, a golden matrix appeared in the sky which rotated rapidly and released a destructive power. As he pushed his palm forward, it turned into a deadly power which charged towards Zhenrong. Zhenrong was holding a sage ritual implement in her hand. Although she could not use all of its powers, as she struck it out casually, red light still filled the sky as if it was going to cut the sky into two. It crushed many incoming beams of light, but a strong spell still managed to reach her, blowing her backward. Zhenrong's expression changed slightly. Indeed, it was only the 6th level and the enemies were already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how the 7th level would look like. These general-like figures were like noble-level martial arts fate. It did not feel like they were at the peak of the arcana plane. Instead, they seemed to be top nobles who had their levels suppressed. Apart from Zhenrong, the cultivators who had killed the most number of spirits also encountered such an obstacle. The same thing happened to Longmu. His level was also not high. Therefore, just like Yi Futian, he had been killing spirits from lower to higher levels. Because he had the ability to fight enemies of higher levels than him, he had already obtained 9th level martial arts fate, with which he could possess the combat power equivalent to the peak of the arcana plane. Of course, since his own level was not as high, he was not as strong as he would be when he entered the peak of the arcana plane himself. Before him, a violent general-like figure appeared. The pure-blooded dragon around him roared in anger as the all-powerful figure fought with him head-on. Many fierce shock waves were released outwards. Even Longmu's arms seemed to be evolving. Demonic aura filled the sky and his bloodline roared. Eventually, his arms seemed to have turned into arms of a dragon. In his body, there was a faintly visible dragon which contained an immense power. The members of West Mountain Dragon Clan all inherited the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. They had the power of a pure-blooded dragon. When their blood started boiling, the power in their bodies would be totally activated. Longmu roared and the howl of dragon echoed in the sky. Then, he struck out with his fist, as if a pure-blooded dragon was fighting against the heaven. Following a loud bang, he tore his opponent into pieces, after which he obtained the martial arts fate. Then, he continued forward and destroyed all the spirits in his path in an overpowering manner. Longmu passed through many obstacles. Finally, he walked out of the army and arrived before a palace. There was a door there which would allow people to enter the subsequent level. At the moment, there were already quite a few people here, all of whom were the brightest talents in the top 3 schools. Beside them, there was an eye-catching figure which looked like a god. He stared emotionlessly at the happenings before him, as if he was only a spirit. Long Mu walked up and stared at him solemnly. "Congratulations. You are qualified to enter the 7th level." The figure glanced emotionlessly at Long Mu. He seemed to be both real and illusory, as if he was going to vanish at any time. Long Mu did not say anything. He jumped up and stood with the rest. Turning around, he looked at the battlefield, wondering how many people could enter the 7th level this time. He was somewhat looking forward to his journey in the 7th level. What did his father experience there in that year? At the moment, in the vast battlefield, Gu Yunxi encountered some trouble. She was being attacked by the divine general-like figure and she looked somewhat awkward. Below him, Yi Futian had already been fighting for a long time and had obtained a large amount of martial arts fate, including those at the 9th level. Raising his head, he looked at Gu Yunxi, after which he turned into a bolt of lightning. Boom! An enormous golden fist fell down from the sky and struck towards Gu Yunxi like the fist of God. Gu Yunxi's expression changed slightly as she stepped backward. Suddenly, a gust of blow blew past her. Then, she saw a dazzling figure rotating in the air. In the next instant, there seemed to be a rod that swept out with a devastating force. Bang! Following a loud bang, the all-powerful figure was crushed into pieces, while the martial arts fate was obtained by the attacker. Yi Futian turned around and asked, "Are you all right?" Gu Yunxi froze in astonishment. Then, she smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." "No problem. Let's go," Yi Futian said, clearing the path before them. Yu Sheng and the rest ascended into the sky and followed him closely. Then, another person came over, who turned out to be Gu Ming, a genius from Gu clan. He glanced at Yi Futian and his friends, after which he joined them. The battlefield was in total chaos, so they did not have the time to say anything. At the moment, Jiang Nan was blown backward by an attack. Noticing that Yi Futian was advancing with Gu Ming, his face darkened. Did this shameless scum befriend Gu clan after entering the battlefield? Soon, Yi Futian and his team also arrived at where Long Mu was. When they saw Yi Futian appear, Long Mu and Zhenrong all seemed to be surprised. However, after seeing Gu Ming, they were also relieved. Long Mu was somewhat unhappy as he glanced coldly at Yi Futian, who actually came here under the guidance of Gu Ming and Gu Yunxi. Chapter 462, Zhenrong clearly also noticed Yi Futian. She glanced at Gu Yunxi who was beside him and some surprise flashed across her proud eyes. Zhenrong clearly also noticed Yi Futian. She glanced at Gu Yunxi who was beside him and some surprise flashed across her proud eyes. So it turned out that Yi Futian liked beautiful ladies. In terms of just appearance, Zhenrong also had to admit that Gu Yunxi looked better. However, in terms of martial arts, she was obviously more outstanding than Gu Yunxi. At the moment, Yi Futian was walking with Gu Yunxi, but he had ignored her invitation. She would, therefore, think that Yi Futian was only fond of beauties. Nevertheless, it was normal, nobody would ever dislike a pretty lady. At this place, many people were in fact interested in Gu Yunxi. She was after all a popular beauty in Divine Sky City. Most people from the top 3 schools who had managed to reach here knew each other as they were either famous in their respective colleges or descendants of major clans. Suddenly, someone said, "I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Many people looked at the young man who just spoke. It was Qin Wang from Qin clan. He was at the peak of the Arcana Plain and was very strong. Indeed, he was the elder brother of Chen Lu whom Yi Futian had seen before. Chen Lu was right beside him at the moment. Speak, Jin Yunlang said, looking at Qin Wang. In the past, when the martial arts battlefield opened, disciples of the top 3 schools would compete to obtain martial arts fate for themselves or even fight against each other to obtain more. This was especially true for the top 3 schools as people were clearly divided into their factions. Therefore, apart from Long Yitian, the others only managed to enter at most the 8th level of the battlefield and no further, Qin Wang said. This being the case, why can't we change this for once? The top 3 schools shall join hands this time and disregard our differences. We will ignore all our conflicts from the past and advance forward together. There were people in the past who tried this. What happened in the end? Someone said coldly. Over the years, countless people had entered the martial arts battlefield and tried various methods. Some people in the past had also tried to team up like what Qin Wang suggested. However, those who allied would always go into a conflict because of the uneven distribution of martial arts fate. Familiar with the martial arts battlefield, they understood well what the martial arts fate in the last 3 levels meant. Who would not want more opportunities? Who should get the last hit and obtain the martial arts fate? In the past, there were even occasions when people dug pits for each other at the last moment, resulting in some descendants of major clans being killed. It caused great disturbance and conflicts even broke out among the different clans. Hence, very few people would mention about teaming up since then. Nobody could control their greed and nobody would believe in the rest easily. If you think in this way, just ignore what I said. We'll rely on ourselves. However, based on past experience, if we don't team up, maybe we can pass the 7th level but the 8th level will still be the limit, Qin Wang said emotionlessly. Everyone knew that Qin Wang was speaking the truth. Although they all believed that they were extraordinary and wanted to create the miracle that Long Yitian once did, they knew in their hearts that it was highly unlikely. Among so many geniuses in the past, only Long Yitian managed to do it. What did they have in addition? Why not listen to him? A lady suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads and looked at a person in the crowd. It was a very charming lady and her looks could even be compared to Gu Yunxi. Her skin was like jade and the aroma of orchids surrounded her body. An emerald green dress was on her body, turning her into a fairy. Yi Futian had felt previously that the spirits in the first 6 levels all had noble-level martial arts fate, although their levels were in the arcana plane. It was somewhat similar to his experience in the ancient barren world, where there was noble fate. Boom! Just as Gu Yunxi was speaking, a violent aura had already erupted wildly. Everyone was releasing their powers. The people from top clans even took out the sage ritual implements they had brought. Indeed, everyone looked extremely serious. In the 7th level of the martial arts battlefield, any carelessness might result in death. Even though many people present were the best in their generation, nobody dared to be even slightly careless in this level. The 100 spirits released brilliant beams of light simultaneously. Then, they extended their arms and clenched their fists in the air. At once, everyone felt an extremely terrifying gravity acting on their bodies, attempting to pull them downwards. Slay them all! Qin Wang shouted. His son's sword appeared in his hand which he used to strike down like a divine sword, crushing everything before him. Jin Yunlang reached out his palm. Immediately, a golden spear flew past everyone and pierced towards the enemies below him. Postured like a dragon, Long Mu gave a fierce roar and many dragons appeared, charging out. All the people launched their attacks almost at the same time. Right away, the space around them became extremely violent and destructive. Below them, many spirits exploded one after another. Suddenly, however, the sage-like figure clenched his fist in the air. An appalling power appeared immediately and even space itself was hardening. Many people felt their bodies petrify directly as they were covered with rocks. The martial arts spirits below them ascended and started attacking the cultivators from the top 3 schools. Accompanying a few loud bangs, a few people were hit and blown backward. As they landed on the ground, the rocks broke and they spat up blood. Yi Futian and his friends were standing at the back and their bodies were similarly petrified. At this moment, he could feel a power that was everywhere around him. It was the martial arts fate left behind by a sage. Following a loud bang, the rocks around him broke apart. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield before him, after which he dashed forward and shouted, "Attack!" Then, they also joined the battlefield. An enormous figure walked towards them, trying to crush their bodies under its feet. With a splashing sound, a large amount of martial arts fate Yi Futian had turned into vines which swept out and bound the body of the spirit. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen ascended into the air simultaneously. Yu Sheng punched out in the air, while Yi Wuchen struck out with his sword. Immediately, the figure burst into pieces. However, at the same time, a stronger might enveloped them. Yi Futian only felt an invisible force engulfing him as his body became ever heavier. Then, the sage-level spirit walked towards the intruders. At once, everyone felt an extremely powerful pressure. He stopped above everyone, after which he stomped his feet. In this instant, a few people gave a muffled humph each and their faces turned pale. Yi Futian felt an invisible foot stepping onto him, shaking his body in an overpowering manner. The figure walked down from the sky. Many people were forced down from the sky as they were enduring a terrifying amount of pressure. Attack! Chen Wang held the sword with both of his hands and sunlight tore everything apart. The power within his body and that of martial arts fate erupted together. Even the sky seemed to be cut into two pieces as a beam of light struck down from the middle. Meanwhile, a frightening storm appeared, which was released from an ancient bell in Jin Yunlang's hand. The vast golden storm turned into thousands of lines and enveloped the sage-like figure. Various cultivators attacked at the same instant not only just to kill their enemy, but also to obtain the martial arts fate. Although everyone would get their share according to the plan, they still hoped that they would obtain it first as it was safer. They knew clearly that many people here had the ability to pass the 7th level by themselves. After all, they had sage ritual implements. However, it was much more difficult to fight alone and they would never pass the 8th level. Hence, when such people teamed up, the 7th level could not stop them at all. Bang, bang, bang. Many attacks landed on the powerful martial arts spirit simultaneously and his body started cracking apart. Immediately, many people charged out wildly, including Yi Futian and his friends. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light struck down. Yi Futian seemed to see a real rock diving towards him. He struck out the rod in his hand, after which the martial arts fate was crushed. The dazzling rock-like sword tore apart everything and even cleaved space open. Yi Futian and his friends flew backward quickly. Then, they saw a figure floating in the sky. It was Jin Yunxiao who had battled with Yu Sheng before. "What are you doing?" Gu Yunxi questioned angrily, walking forward. At the moment, Jin Yunxiao was holding an extremely terrifying rock-like sword which was a sage ritual implement. If Yi Futian was not careful just now, he could have died from the attack directly. Jin Yunxiao stood there proudly and flapped his wings. He glanced at Yi Futian and his friends with much contempt and ridicule. Then, he looked at Gu Yunxi. Smiling, he said, "Gu Yunxi, they are not entitled to touch sage-level martial arts fate. The alliance this time does not include them, but they actually tried to fish in troubled waters. How ridiculous." Chapter 463, Jin Yunxiao did not even think about obtaining the sage martial arts fate himself. Based on his level, it was clearly not his turn yet. However, Yi Futian and his friends actually wanted to battle for it. How ridiculous was that? After becoming famous on the Starry School Assessment Day, and receiving Celestial Pavilion from Dragon Clan, Yi Futian could not even seem to remember who he was. Jin Yunxiao did not even think about obtaining the sage martial arts fate himself. Based on his level, it was clearly not his turn yet. However, Yi Futian and his friends actually wanted to battle for it. How ridiculous was that? After becoming famous on the Starry School Assessment Day, and receiving Celestial Pavilion from Dragon Clan, Yi Futian could not even seem to remember who he was. Zhenrong wanted to rope him in, but only as her battle servant. Long Linger had a very good relationship with him, but even the next leader of the Dragon Clan, Long Mu, did not acknowledge his position. Was Yi Futian trying to join them just because of his identity as the owner of Celestial Pavilion? That would be impossible. Yi Futian and his friends could at most stay in the 7th level. Yu Sheng looked at Jin Yunxiao, wanting to walk up, but Yi Futian extended his arm to stop him. On the other side, the spirit was annihilated and the martial arts fate was obtained by Jin Yunxiao's brother, Jin Yunlang. Realizing this, the smile on Jin Yunxiao's face grew brighter. Since Jin Yunlang had obtained the fate, he would certainly have his share as well. He would surely be able to enter the 8th level. Some people looked enviously at Jin Yunlang but did not say anything because of the agreement. Jin Yunlang could obtain the martial arts fate not because he was stronger than everyone else, but because of his sage ritual implement. What's happening? Jin Yunlang asked, looking at Jin Yunxiao. Nothing. A few people want to sneak into the team and obtain sage martial arts fate, Jin Yunlang mocked him. Who are they? Jin Yunlang glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian and his friends. He did not know who they were. You need to ask Long Mu that. With a smile on his face, Jin Yunxiao looked at Long Mu, who only had a cold expression. Ignoring Yi Futian, Long Mu said, "They're not with me. Let's continue forward. Wouldn't more people make our journey easier?" Gu Ming frowned and looked at Jin Yunxiao in dissatisfaction. We don't need that. Jin Yunxiao smiled, after which he turned around and left. Let's go, Chen Wang shouted. Zhenrong glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian and did not say anything. It seemed like Yi Futian's journey would more or less end here. Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu both disliked Yi Futian and would certainly not bring him along. Moreover, Yi Futian also rejected her and Chen Lu. Brother, why not we go with Yi Futian instead? Gu Yunxi said to Gu Ming, intending to team up with Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Gu Yunxi in surprise. She had a slender body and charming appearance and had always been very friendly towards him. However, at such a moment, Gu Yunxi would actually want to follow him instead. It was indeed unexpected. Gu Ming frowned and said, if we team up, we should be able to pass the 7th level, but not the next one. Then, he glanced at the people who were already leaving. If the rest all passed the 8th level but he did not, he might miss many things. Miss Gu, you should go with them. Don't be bothered with us, Yi Futian said. But Gu Yunxi was somewhat hesitant. The attitudes of Jin Yunxiao and the rest just now were very disrespectful. Furthermore, the hit from Jin Yunxiao earlier was very dangerous. Thank you for your understanding, Gu Ming nodded at Yi Futian. Just go, Yi Futian said to Gu Yunxi, who nodded gently. Smiling, she said, Mr. Yi, be careful then. Of course, Yi Futian nodded. Gu Ming and Gu Yunxi left to catch up with the others. He smiled and said, it seems like we need to acquire some sage martial arts fate before we can pass the 7th level. Well, let's begin. After speaking, he walked in the opposite direction. Soon, Yi Futian and his friends came to a place. Not far before them, a huge sword was inserted vertically into the ground, where there were also many deep and frightening cracks. Darkness surrounded them as if it was the end of the world. Around the huge sword, there were countless sharp swords as well, all releasing a terrifying wave of sword will. On the giant sword, a martial arts spirit was standing. He stood there quietly, but everyone could feel much sharpness from him as if he had fused completely with the sword will around him. Suddenly, the sword started trembling, producing a clanking sound. An invisible wave of sword will whizzed over in the air, and even the sky turned dimmer. Then, the figure on the sword pointed his finger forward. Immediately, endless sword will charged towards Yi Futian and his friends simultaneously. Looking at the boundless sword will, Yi Futian felt that he was extremely tiny, while the figure standing on the sword looked like an unparalleled sword god. Don't be tricked by the willpower. Some sharpness suddenly flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. They were facing against a sage martial arts fate. It was as if the spirit before them had the will of a sage. Hence, they must not be careless. The martial arts fate around Yi Futian's body converged and turned into an astonishing light curtain right before them. At the same time, the martial arts fate roared wildly and a powerful force gathered around him. Reaching out his hand, Yi Futian held the five-element rod and stomped fiercely on the ground, after which the brilliant wings of the rock appeared on his back. As he waved the five-element rod, a formidable curtain appeared before him, blocking the sword will. Yi Futian struck the five-element rod down, bringing along a monstrous force produced from the martial arts fate. However, the figure on the huge sword looked at Yi Futian and pointed his finger out at Yi Futian again. 3,000 gusts of sword will seemed to have converged and charged out at him. Following a loud bang, the appalling power of the swords blocked Yi Futian's incoming attack before he could actually strike the rod fully. Meanwhile, an endless amount of sword will howled and continued attacking the intruder, attempting to eliminate the powerful field around him. Just then, the sage treasure book behind Lulan Shui released a frightening amount of coldness. Cold light bloomed wildly and shone onto the figure, causing the frequency of the trembling sharp swords to drop significantly. At the same time, Yusheng jumped into the air. His demonic wings flashed out and the demonic tripod in his hands expanded rapidly. Then, he struck it down from above and an endless amount of demonic force charged out as if there were numerous devils present. Yi Wuchen's sword also arrived. With the alcade in his hand, he struck the sword out and reached his target in an instant. The figure raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he reached out his other hand and pointed it in that direction. Many gusts of sword will created a sword veil which blotted out the sky. Bang! Then, Yi Futian's rod destroyed the sword will in his path. His body rotated wildly in the sky, and an astounding illusory figure appeared behind him. It looked like a divine ape which, however, had an enormous pair of golden wings on its back. Yi Futian traced out a dazzling arc in the sky, after which he struck out the rod in mid-air, eliminating the sword will all around him. Yi Futian's rod continued to dance and martial arts fate filled the sky. Then, he struck out for a second time and crushed all the sword will before him. Noticing the incoming Yi Futian, the figure below him reached out his palm. Right away, the endless sword will turned into a gigantic sword which appeared horizontally between him and Yi Futian. However, the rod broke the sword into two and continued its way down. On the other hand, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui attacked together, with the Black Wind Condor cheering for them at the side. Their destructive attacks flew towards the figure. Accompanied by a loud bang, the figure was hit and trembled fiercely. Wuchen, come! Yi Futian shouted. He and Yusheng stepped backward, while Yi Wuchen pierced into the head of his opponent with his sword. At once, the figure turned into a sword rain. Meanwhile, some martial arts fate landed on Yi Wuchen's body. The swords below them were all crushed in this instant. Such powerful martial arts fate, Yi Wuchen remarked. They had been acquiring martial arts fate along with their entire journey, so he could clearly feel the difference between this one and the previous ones. The fate this time was way stronger and it was as if it could even allow him to understand the art of swords better. You should feel it first. We're not in a hurry, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen nodded, after which he sat down directly and started cultivating. After quite a long while, some sword will flew around his body and his cultivation ended. Then, he nodded at Yi Futian. Let's continue to find more martial arts fate. Yi Futian smiled. There was so much precious martial arts fate in the 7th level, so they definitely had to acquire more. It was indeed a great opportunity. It was no wonder that all the top 3 school disciples wanted to enter the battlefield. However, the 7th level had already given them a tremendous amount of pressure. The 8th and 9th levels must be harder. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was really looking forward to it. They continued their advance and soon, they arrived at another place. Before them, there was an enormous, 10-meter-tall figure which looked like an ancient god. Noticing Yi Futian and his team, the figure stomped on the ground with his foot. A loud rumbling was produced and even the ground trembled for it. Then, he raised his palm and slapped towards Yi Futian and his friends. Many giant palm prints pressed down from the sky, blotting out their view and crushing everything around. Yi Wuchen suddenly moved. Having just obtained the sage martial arts fate, he would naturally bear the most amount of pressure. He struck out the alcade and immediately, the martial arts fate around him all turned into sword fate. Thousands of waves of sword will charged out from mid-air and actually split the palm prints open directly. Yi Futian and the rest dashed forward together, surrounding their enemy. The figure stomped on the ground with an incredible force, after which he punched out fiercely. Yi Futian struck out his rod and actually felt a terrifying counterforce from his rod. He was blown backward, but the arm of his enemy also trembled wildly. Yi Wuchen's sword arrived like a bolt of lightning, striking onto that arm. However, a shocking light glittered on the giant, and the arm was actually not cut off. His defense was extremely strong. Yi Wuchen turned into a sword and appeared before the head of the giant. Then, the sword pierced out towards his forehead with thousands of sword will whizzing over. The enormous figure closed his eyes and his body trembled greatly. Yu Sheng. Yi Wuchen raised his head when he saw Yu Sheng descend from the sky. The monstrous demonic tripod landed onto the head of the giant, producing a continuous rumbling sound. Finally, the giant's body was crushed and martial arts fate enveloped Yu Sheng's body. He's so strong, Yi Futian said, smiling. Yu Sheng, you should cultivate here. No need. When we get more martial arts fate, we'll cultivate together, Yu Sheng said. That's fine as well. We'll acquire some more fate and cultivate together. After that, we'll enter the 8th level, Yi Futian agreed. Then, they left and headed for other places, looking for more martial arts fate. Time passed by unknowingly. In the martial arts battlefield, there was only a small minority who could enter the 7th level. Apart from the people in the alliance earlier, even if someone did enter the 7th level, it would be extremely difficult for them to acquire the martial arts fate here. Many people would even die in this place. Outside the martial arts battlefield, the cultivators from the top 3 schools and Divine Sky City were all waiting. They were all very patient. Every year, the opening of the martial arts battlefield was a major event for Divine Sky City. In particular, they would know who could enter the 7th level of the battlefield or even more. The people here all wondered which geniuses could do so this time. Chapter 464, the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield was far smaller than the previous 7 levels. In 9 different directions on the 8th level, there were 9 sky-high bridges. They went all the way up, as if they were divine bridges leading to the heavens. The 8th level of the martial arts battlefield was far smaller than the previous 7 levels. In 9 different directions on the 8th level, there were 9 sky-high bridges. They went all the way up, as if they were divine bridges leading to the heavens. One of the 9 divine bridges, however, had already collapsed. It seemed like it was completely destroyed in a terrifying battle. The central portion of the bridge was ruptured. The place where the bridges led to was precisely the destination of the martial arts battlefield, namely the 9th level. When Yi Futian and his friends entered the 8th level, they immediately saw vague images of heavenly palaces. Looking at the scene before them, they all felt somewhat surprised. Apart from the bridge that had collapsed, the other 8 all had a frightening sight on them and were guarded by very powerful figures. They were the first group to arrive here. The allied cultivators from the top 3 schools needed to obtain even more sage martial arts fate as they had more people. Thus, they were not on the 8th level yet. It is said that over hundreds of years, only Long Yitian managed to pass this level. Did he walk up the bridge that has already collapsed? Yi Futian muttered. If just like before, one could only enter the 9th level after obtaining the martial arts fate on the 8th level, then even though those cultivators had allied, they could not all pass through. Only a few of them could at most. Of course, they had to defeat the guardians of the 8 divine bridges first. Moreover, if Yi Futian, his 3 friends, and the black-winged condor all wanted to go through, they also had to destroy 5 bridges. Which one do we choose first? Yi Futian asked. They had already found the fights in the 7th level very challenging. At the moment, the guardians of the 8th level must be stronger. Before they battled, they were also not very confident. Why did the geniuses from the top 3 schools who had sage ritual implements team up? It was precisely because they wanted to pass the 8th level and enter the final place of the battlefield. You decide, Yi Wuchen said. Then let's just try the one in front first. Yi Futian looked before him. The rest nodded, after which they walked forward and stepped onto the bridge right before them. In the middle of the bridge, there was a shocking golden symbol. An endless amount of golden radiance poured down, as if there were countless ancient characters as well. The whole sky was filled with the color of gold. In that place, there was a person standing. He was wearing a piece of golden armor and looked like an all-powerful divine general. As he scanned Yi Futian and his team, they realized that even his pupils were gold in color. His hair looked as sharp as many golden blades. There was no wind and yet his hair was swinging in the air, looking very formidable. Be careful, Yi Futian reminded. The person before him gave him a sense of extreme danger. Even though he had obtained sage martial arts fate, he still dared not to be even slightly careless. Even in the 7th level, they needed to team up to defeat their enemies. At the moment, their opponents in the 8th level would only be more powerful. After all, over hundreds of years, only Long Yitian managed to succeed. With the martial arts fate, Yi Futian could unleash the combat power equivalent to the peak of the Arcana plane, but his own level was significantly lower. Therefore, his combat power would clearly be affected. The figure before them glanced emotionlessly at them with his golden pupils. Then, both of his hands rotated slightly in the air. At once, a horrifying wave of sharpness filled the sky. Yi Futian and his friends raised their heads only to see many razor-sharp golden spears appear above them. Attack! Just after Yi Futian said so, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same instant, the golden spears in the sky fell down vertically and turned into many beams of golden light, attempting to nail the intruders onto the bridge forever. Lulan Shui moved and ascended into the air. She looked at the sky with her silver pupils and the sage treasure book bloomed. At once, an appalling snowstorm erupted and the falling spears all seemed to be frozen and slowed. However, they were still releasing their dazzling golden radiance and continued their way down. A frightening silver radiance was released from Lulan Shui's eyes. She lifted her hands into the air and an even stronger snowstorm swept out towards the sky, as if she was supporting the entire sky. The sharp blades stopped gradually and were frozen within the snowstorm, but Lulan Shui only felt very worried. The first attack was already so powerful. On the other hand, Yi Futian approached their opponent. At the moment, the figure before him was floating above the divine bridge. He extended his arm and right away, a formidable golden symbol appeared from his palm. The symbol rotated and enlarged rapidly, eventually turning enormous. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen's attacks landed on the symbol, producing a loud bang. Many cracks appeared on the symbol, but it was not completely destroyed yet. The figure rotated his hands again and the symbol dissipated. Then, many golden spears appeared and charged towards the intruders, but this time at a very close distance. Yi Wuchen's arm trembled. Immediately, a sword veil was formed in the sky, blocking at spears in the same way. After that, he struck the arcade forward and thousands of blades of light charged towards the figure continuously. On the other hand, Yu Sheng leaped into the air and fell down from the sky. Martial arts fate circled around him, and he looked as powerful as an ancient god who could crush the earth beneath his feet and turn into a devil. Yi Futian's body rotated in the air. Thousands of golden vines swept out and blotted out the sky. The figure still looked as calm as ever. He moved his arms and immediately, 3 halos appeared around him. The sides of the halos seemed to be carved with many ancient characters. Then, the halos rotated wildly and turned into enormous symbols again. When the attacks of Yi Futian and his friends landed, they were all blocked by the symbols. Furthermore, as the golden halos rotated rapidly, they actually turned into very sharp blades that destroyed everything around them. Boom! A frightening beam of golden light bloomed and Yi Futian, as well as Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, were all blown backward. Floating in the air, they gazed at the general-like figure and were all astonished. The 8th level was indeed much more difficult than the 7th. It was no wonder that over hundreds of years, only Long Yitian managed to succeed. From this, it could also be deduced how unparalleled Long Yitian actually was. It was no wonder that until today, many people still remembered him and would frequently mention his name. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked towards their direction from outside the Divine Bridge. They were precisely those from the top 3 schools. At the moment, there were fewer of them left, but those who did were all powerful elites. When they saw Yi Futian and his friends, they could not help being momentarily stunned. Yi Futian and his team actually also managed to obtain Sage Martial Arts Fate and reach here. Mr. Yi is indeed extraordinarily talented. Noticing Yi Futian and his friends, Gu Yunxi smiled brightly. Just now, she was still worried that they were left behind by the allied team. Now, it seemed like she was worried about nothing. Even without the rest, Yi Futian and his friends could still obtain Sage Martial Arts Fate. On the other hand, Jin Yunxiao, Long Mu, and some others frowned. If they were alone, it would be quite difficult to pass the 7th level, but Yi Futian actually managed to reach here. Even though he had a few people with him, it was still an amazing result. This meant that they had still underestimated the group before them. Yi Futian also sensed the people behind him. Turning around, he saw them walking towards him with Chen Wang in front. Chen Wang showed no intention of fighting and only said, "Continue the battle." Yi Futian looked at Chen Wang and frowned gently. With these people eyeing them, it was clearly inappropriate for them to continue fighting. In the 7th level, these people did not even allow Yi Futian and his friends to contest for the Sage Martial Arts Fate. In the more important 8th level, they would clearly not allow it as well. Obviously, Chen Wang wanted to use their battles to see the power of the golden figure. Furthermore, he could use any opportunities present to attack suddenly. "You can go first." Yi Futian smiled and stepped backward. Yu Sheng and the rest understood his meaning and all retreated. "Don't be polite. When I ask you to battle, just go," Chen Wang continued, staring at Yi Futian and his friends. He was confident about passing the 7th level, but not so much for the 8th level which only Long Yitian had managed to. Hence, he wanted Yi Futian to test it out first. "We're not strong enough, unlike you geniuses from various clans and schools. You should go first," Yi Futian said, humbly. "Just go." "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" a cultivator from Jin clan also said coldly. He knew the purpose of Chen Wang's words. Then, Yi Futian realized that the cultivators actually started to block off the path on the bridge so that they could not leave. "What do you mean?" Yi Futian frowned. Jin Yunxiao sneered and looked at Yi Futian. "What do they mean?" It was obvious, they wanted Yi Futian to test everything out. "Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave. Just go and continue," Chen Wang said calmly. Since Yi Futian was not with him, he would use him as much as he could. As for the attitudes of Yi Futian and his friends, Chen Wang would clearly not be bothered. I'm sorry, but I am no longer interested in it. Yi Futian smiled. Just then, he ascended into the air and the rest also followed him closely, trying to retreat. Chen Wang drew his sword out and struck forward. Immediately, the brilliant sun sword penetrated across space and many blazing beams of light charged towards Yi Futian and his team, incinerating everything in their path. Lulan Shui's silver clothes swung in the air and an ice storm appeared suddenly, blocking the incoming attack. However, at the same time, a rock-like figure arrived like a bolt of lightning. It was Jin Yunlang. He took out his sage ritual implement, the ancient bell, and struck towards Lulan Shui. At once, the ice storm was torn apart and many terrifying rocks charged towards Lulan Shui. Lulan Shui's hands danced in the air and many frightening ice palm prints pressed down, but they were all destroyed by the ritual implement. Jin Yunlang dashed out like lightning and launched his attack, which Lulan Shui could only hastily respond by punching forward. Following a sizzling sound, her sleeves were crushed, displaying her jade-like skin, and a blood mark appeared on her palm from Jin Yunlang's scratch. Jin Yunlang had similarly obtained Sage Marital Arts fate. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Arcana plane himself. Jin Yunlang wanted to continue attacking Lulan Shui, but Yusheng fell down from the sky and punched Put fiercely like a demonic god. The attacks of the two collided into each other. The sky shook, and both of them were blown backwards simultaneously. Then, Bai Qiong, the genius of Starry School, looked at the sky. He extended his arm out at the sky and an extremely powerful gravity appeared, slowing the speed of Yi Futian and his team. Don't waste any more time on them, Lu Suqing said. Bai Qiong nodded, after which he punched out, causing even the space to be shaken. An invisible punch seemed to penetrate across space and charge towards Yi Futian and his friends. Since you chose not to fight, then scram out of this level. Bai Qiong said emotionlessly, glancing at Yi Futian and his team. Chapter 465, Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui stared at the arrogant people below them, and martial arts fate whizzed around their bodies. Yi Wuchen held his sword tightly with his single arm, while Yu Sheng clenched his fists with demonic light flashing in his eyes. Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui stared at the arrogant people below them, and martial arts fate whizzed around their bodies. Yi Wuchen held his sword tightly with his single arm, while Yu Sheng clenched his fists with demonic light flashing in his eyes. Yi Futian, on the other hand, seemed to be very relaxed instead, as if he was not bothered at all. There was even a gentle, harmless smile on his face. In this case, please be careful then. Bye. After that, he retreated backward. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen both looked at him. Let's go, Yi Futian said and did not turn back. Then, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen followed him. Lulan Shui scanned emotionlessly below her with her silver pupils, after which she caught up with Yi Futian with the black-winged condor. They actually really left the 8th level of the battlefield and returned to the 7th level. Talented? Jin Yunshao smiled mockingly. The fact that Yi Futian could reach here indeed proved his talents, but so what? The people who were still remaining here at the moment were those in Divine Sky City with the best talents and highest statuses. Even though Yi Futian was outstanding, he was still not at the same level as the rest of them. There had been many arrogant and confident talents like Yi Futian in the past. But in the end, they would all be defeated by reality. Divine Sky City was ultimately still represented by the people who could now remain in the 8th level. Gu Yunxi obviously knew this as well. She felt somewhat sad, somewhat unresigned for Yi Futian, but what could she do? Yi Futian did not even attempt to struggle himself. Some things were just there and could not be crossed. It was unless he was the kind of person who could stand at the top of his generation. Then, he could be above everyone else just with his talents, including their positions and statuses. Such a person could ignore everything else. But even so, he still had to keep to a low profile before he could grow up. Otherwise, he might never have the chance to. This was the cruelty of reality. The people left in the 8th level did not think too much. To them, Yi Futian was not the same kind of person as them. Even though they might be enemies with and compete against each other, they still had similar statuses, but not Yi Futian. Just like what Lu Suqing had said earlier, there was no need to waste any time on Yi Futian and his friends. Everything that followed would be much more important. They had to pass the bridges and enter the legendary 9th level. There were records about the 8th level in their respective clans. However, nobody knew what was in the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, apart possibly from Long Mu. They stepped forward and towards the divine bridges. Everyone looked extremely serious and took out their sage ritual implements. On the other hand, Yi Futian and his friends returned to the 7th level. We could have fought them, Yu Xing said, looking at Yi Futian. Those people had already been disrespectful towards Yi Futian for a few times. If Yi Futian did not ask him to leave, he would certainly not tolerate them any longer. Many of them are top geniuses of the top 3 schools. Furthermore, they are members of powerful clans and have sage ritual implements. If we really fight them, we'll not know if we can win. Even if we win, how do we clear the mess up? Yi Futian said, looking back at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng knew what Yi Futian meant. They still had to stay in Divine Sky City, so if they really did something serious, the clans behind those people could kill them easily. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng still felt rather upset and added, so we just give up. Of course not. Yi Futian looked at the entrance to the 8th level and continued, with our current conditions, even if we can enter the 9th level, we'll not be able to achieve anything further. Hearing his words, Yi Wuchen's pupils contracted slightly. Yi Futian was already considering the situation in the 9th level. Indeed, with their powers, they might be able to pass the 8th level. However, since the 8th level was already so difficult after they passed it, they might face even more powerful martial arts spirits in the last level. Of course, it was also possible that there were no spirits in the 9th level, but that would seem unlikely. After all, there were spirits in all the first 8 levels. Over hundreds of years, only Long Yitian managed to pass the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield, but nobody knew whether he had obtained anything from the 9th level. Perhaps, he did not receive anything there and only acquired the martial arts fate in the 8th level. What's your plan? Lulan Shui could vaguely guess what Yi Futian was going to do. Scram out. Thinking of the words of Bai Qiong earlier, Yi Futian smiled and said, let's rest first. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to rest calmly. It seemed like he was understanding the martial arts fate he had obtained. Yu Sheng and the rest sat down as well. Yi Futian should already have a plan in his mind. After a while, a frightening aura erupted from Yi Futian. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui opened their eyes and looked at Yi Futian one after another. A brilliant beam of golden light ascended into the air from his body as the aura around him became increasingly stronger. Yi Futian was completely showered in Emperor's light. Martial arts fate circled around him and fused with the Emperor's light, making it even holier. It seemed as if Yi Futian was covered with many divine halos and he looked all-powerful. Lulan Shui was greatly shocked. She had been a maidservant beside Yi Futian. Slowly, Yi Futian started trusting her and would allow her to see some of his secrets. She could tell that Yi Futian had a very huge secret which even Yi Wuchen might not know. The only person who might possibly know it was Yu Sheng. Just wait for me in this level. Little eagle, listen to my orders. Yi Futian rubbed the head of the black-winged condor. He and the condor were connected through their minds, so he did not have to be around it to give it any orders. Yu Sheng stood up. Looking at Yi Futian, he asked, do I need to follow you? That people there were all very powerful. Nope. If we go together, we'll be exposed straight away. As Yi Futian spoke, the emperor will inside his body burnt wildly. His bloodline and physical body all became extremely strong. Then, Yi Futian took out a silver cloak and wore it. The ritual implement covered his body in water like silver lines flew on his face, changing his appearance. After that, he turned around and walked towards the 8th level. When Yi Futian entered the 8th level, the people there were having a fierce battle, but it was not on the bridge earlier. Instead, it was on another divine bridge. Yi Futian realized that 2 divine bridges had been destroyed, and there were also 2 people fewer in the crowd. In just one glance, he discovered the missing people, Chen Wang who had attacked him, as well as Long Mu. He could understand why Chen Wang succeeded. After all, he was at the peak of the Arcana plane. On the other hand, he was somewhat surprised that Long Mu also passed this level. He did not know what had happened earlier. In fact, it was not just him. Everyone else was equally surprised. At a crucial moment of the first fight, Long Mu suddenly took out a powerful divine artifact which helped him to obtain the martial arts fate. After that, he passed through the bridge and left directly. Everyone was enraged by this. To make them even angrier, after everyone risked their lives in the second battle, Chen Wang who eventually obtained the martial arts fate did not stay. Instead, he chose to enter the 9th level directly. Chen Wang's idea was correct. After teaming up, they indeed managed to defeat the Guardians in the 8th level. However, the outcome was no different from the previous times. Everyone still only thought about their own benefits. Such an alliance was too unreliable. Even so, everyone was still teaming up. They all hoped that they would become the 3rd person. However, at the moment, they were already very tired. In the battles just now, many people were injured, and Chen Wang and Long Mu also left. They realized that with their powers now, they could not really deal with the martial arts spirit before them. Yi Futian dashed towards that divine bridge and his emperor will was burning. He did not have much time, so he had to make everything fast. Following a loud bang, many people were blown backward and landed near the edge of the divine bridge. Having felt something, they turned around their heads to realize a person in a silver cloak appeared. Chen Lu shouted coldly, "Scram!" Someone else actually managed to come. Chen Lu was in a bad mood now because his brother had left them and the rest seemed to be slightly angry with him. If it was not for the fact that he could also help in the battle, he probably would not even have the chance to participate. However, right after Chen Lu said that, he felt that something was wrong. The person in the silver cloak looked too extraordinary. The radiance of the martial arts fate around him seemed as dazzling as the fate of emperors. A silver bolt of lightning flew in the sky. Chen Lu backed away rapidly and many flame dragons whizzed out, charging towards Yi Futian. Buzz! The person in the silver cloak passed through the flame dragons directly with incredible speed. Following a loud bang, Chen Lu's body was blown away at once and he was smashed forcefully onto the bridge. He could not even tell why the intruder was so fast. Who? Lu Suqing turned around and glanced at Yi Futian coldly. It was the crucial moment of this battle and someone else actually appeared. All scram back to the 7th level. The person in the silver cloak floated in the sky and scanned the crowd coldly. His voice was also disguised and it sounded somewhat hoarse. Do you know who you are talking to? Jin Yunxiao raised his head and his golden pupils looked extremely arrogant. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and his life spirit, the rock, was behind him. Regardless of who the mysterious person was, who in Divine Sky City dared to ask all of them to scram out of this place? Was he trying to kill himself? Yi Futian turned his head and glanced coldly at Jin Yunxiao. Then, he stepped forward and his cloak danced in the sky. Extending his arm, he grabbed towards Jin Yunxiao. The golden martial arts fate looked like the fate of emperors and turned into an enormous palm print. Chapter 466, On the Divine Bridge, everyone stared at the silver-hooded figure, their hearts shaking wildly. They'd never seen anyone who dared to be as arrogant before them as this person. The abnormally cold features, proud eyes, and the Emperor's martial arts fate wrapped around him were all undefeatable. He seemed to be born into a high position, looking down on the world. Furthermore, he had such powerful combat ability. He was so strong, but they didn't know him. On the Divine Bridge, everyone stared at the silver-hooded figure, their hearts shaking wildly. They'd never seen anyone who dared to be as arrogant before them as this person. The abnormally cold features, proud eyes, and the Emperor's martial arts fate wrapped around him were all undefeatable. He seemed to be born into a high position, looking down on the world. Furthermore, he had such powerful combat ability. He was so strong, but they didn't know him. Who are you? Jin Yunxiao stared at Yi Futian in shock. This was everyone's question. There were thousands of disciples from the top 3 schools this time. It was a huge number, so it was natural that there were people they didn't know. They barely knew the people from their own school, let alone all 3 top schools. But how could someone so frightening remain nameless? Unless this person purposely hid in the top 3 schools, or he'd entered in a low-key way earlier this year just so he could explode now and take all the martial arts fate. Yi Futian scanned Jin Yunxiao coldly. He walked down from the sky like a true god. Jin Yunxiao was in shock. Boom! With the loud sound, the man stepped onto Jin Yunxiao's head. The horrible force caused his body to shake. Then he fell to the ground as if kneeling in worship. Lowering his head, he spat out blood while his face drained of color. He'd never imagined suffering this kind of humiliation before. I am Lu Suqing from the Lu clan. Who are you? Even if you wish to enter the 9th level, there's no need to force us to leave. Lu Suqing was beautiful and there was no arrogance when she spoke. She was even a bit humble. No matter who the man was, he was definitely an extraordinary figure with top talent and skills. Yi Futian didn't even look at her. He reached out and a horrible palm appeared in the air. Lu Suqing's expression faltered. Then the huge golden palm, like that of an emperor's, broke through the air. She gathered martial arts fate instantly, but she was forced back with a boom. Many people were speechless to see that she was hurt. How could he do this to such a beauty? All the martial arts fate here is mine. If you don't scram before I step onto the 2nd bridge, you'll pay for it, Yi Futian said arrogantly. Everyone's hearts trembled. All the martial arts fate here was his. He'd come to take it all without leaving anything to the rest. He was so powerful but had come later than the rest. Did he get delayed from snatching all the sage martial arts fate in the 7th level? Watching Yi Futian step forward, Bai Qiong suddenly reached out. A huge starry handprint appeared in the sky instantly. Pressure fell upon Yi Futian. Still not fighting? Bai Qiong asked coldly. Everyone's eyes gleamed. All these prides were scared of one person. You're looking for death. Yi Futian scanned Bai Qiong coldly. At that moment, shocking martial arts fate around him formed countless emperor handprints. They spun around him wildly. When the starry handprint pressed down, the emperor handprints flew out, shattering it. As expected, he has more than one type of sage martial arts fate. Everyone studied Yi Futian. Each type of martial arts fate could bring domineering power. Boom! The countless brilliant emperor handprints transformed into beams of light. They whistled and whooshed. Bai Qiong was shocked. He grouped his ritual implement to defend himself, but the handprints were too fast. Bai Qiong soon couldn't hold on anymore. The handprints landed on him. He kept spitting out blood until he dropped to the ground. His breaths were weak, he was badly hurt. Those who had prepared to fight Yi Futian froze. They were in despair. Even the spirits guarding the bridge up front shouldn't be so strong. They were hopeless. These top figures of the top 3 schools actually felt powerless. How could someone so powerful be hidden in their school? I won't say the same thing 3 things. With that, Yi Futian walked forward towards the strong martial arts fate cultivator. That was a horrible being bathed in flames and light. He was surrounded by a world of fire with horrible fiery images around him. He stood there like a fire god. Yi Futian walked forward. The emperor handprints hovered behind him. Following Yi Futian's finger, they shot forward towards the horrible figure. The strong cultivator reached out. A frightening fiery image was born. It was like a world-burning fire. Beams of dazzling flames shot out from the images. They were about to destroy the world. Endless light burst forth and crashed against the handprint. The horrible handprint seemed to burn. It kept going forward, but it was melting. Boom! An even more terrifying light bloomed from Yi Futian's body. He walked forward, charging directly towards the other. The fire spirit reached out. Instantly, the world-destroying images shrouded Yi Futian. The world of fire was aimed at him, about to burn his body. However, the emperor-like martial arts fate around him burned with golden light. Bathed in the flames, he walked forward like an indestructible figure. The horrible flames couldn't burn his body. They couldn't even hurt him. Lu Suqing trembled while the others all widened their eyes. This man was so powerful that they felt despair. He wanted to take all the martial arts fate on the bridge for himself. He'd hidden within the top 3 schools just for today. Yi Futian raised his hand. All spells converged into one. The countless handprints whistled and flew to the martial arts spirit. Yi Futian had turned into golden lightning, breaking the fiery images. Then he slammed down on the spirit's head, destroying it. In an instant, an even stronger martial arts fate surrounded Yi Futian. He was now strong enough, but he still wanted to take all the martial arts fate. He didn't only want to take from the 8th level either. His ultimate goal was probably the 9th level. Yi Futian flashed towards the bridge on the side. He looked back, staring coldly at everyone. Thinking back to his words, they all felt weak. "Let's go," Gu Ming said. Lu Suqing nodded. They all retreated and left this battlefield. Zhen Rong's pretty eyes gazed at that undefeatable figure. She always worshipped the strong figures and she wanted to get to know him. How could she not know someone like him? Then she also turned around and left. Bai Qiong was taken out by his fellow disciples of the Starry School. When everyone left from the exit, Yi Futian grasped the frightening fiery halberd from the bridge. He stuck it into the ground at the entrance, blocking it. At the same time, the black winged eagle brought the others in from another entrance. There were 9 bridges on the 8th level of the battlefield. Every bridge had an entrance in their respective direction. There were 9 entrances to the 8th level from different places in the 7th level. The place they went out from wasn't the same as where Jin Yunxiao and the others went. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He flashed and stepped onto another bridge. There was a majestic figure with a battle axe. There was another battle axe stuck in the bridge behind him. It was a sage ritual implement, just like the fiery halberd. Each of the 9 bridges had a sage ritual implement. However, the spirits here wouldn't use the ritual implement against the intruders. The figure with the battle axe was wrapped in a horrible gale of wind. When Yi Futian's handprint attacked, he brought his axe down. The horrible wind wrapped around the axe. Instantly, the apparition of a huge tornado battle axe appeared in the air. It split the air apart, including the handprint. The 5-element rod appeared in Yi Futian's hand and it turned into a golden staff. Those people weren't here right now, so he didn't have to hide his skills. His emperor's will burned and the martial arts fate was applied to the 5-element rod. He spun and slammed down from the air. However, the figure's second attack was even stronger. It also built up potential energy and rode the windstorm. It contained shocking power and attacked. With a huge boom, it seemed even the sky would explode. The battle axe formed by martial arts fate was shattered, but Yi Futian was also forced back. However, his body danced like a streak of light. Even stronger might wrapped around him, slicing down. The battle axe formed again and went for Yi Futian. Boom! With another explosion, the battle axe extinguished again. The 5-element rod fell on the spirit's shoulder, cracking his body. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng answered by hurling down the demonic tripod, crushing the spirit. Martial arts fate fell upon his body. It's up to you here, Yi Futian said, looking at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng nodded and saw Yi Futian walk towards the end of the bridge. Long Yitian could succeed in this level back then. Yu Sheng had a lower plane, but after taking martial arts fate from the 8th level, he would be able to defeat the other guards. Yi Futian couldn't maintain his state for too long. He had to check out the 9th level. The 9 bridges converged at one point. That was the entrance to the 9th level. He could vaguely make out a blurry pavilion. Yi Futian kept walking forward to the end. He released his martial arts fate and walked amongst it. Instantly, he disappeared from the 8th level. The battlefield of the 9th level was the ultimate land. It had become smaller too. There was only one scene. A divine palace reaching the clouds in the sky was rooted there. There was only one staircase that led up to the palace. But right now, there were 2 figures at the foot. They were Chen Wang and Long Mu who'd reached the 9th level. However, they were still standing at the bottom and looking up, feeling helpless. They couldn't go up. There were 18 figures on the steps. Each one was as powerful as the ones guarding the bridges in the 8th level. This already made them despair because they'd gotten help to reach this level. They didn't do it by themselves. Chapter 467, Chen Wang and Long Mu seemed to sense something. They turned around to see a silver-hooded figure walk over. They both furrowed their brows. Chen Wang and Long Mu seemed to sense something. They turned around to see a silver-hooded figure walk over. They both furrowed their brows. They didn't know this man. After they'd entered, other people were probably trying to break in but no one came in. And yet this unknown man had entered. This naturally made them alert. The abilities of people who could come here were undisputed. If he came alone, then it was even more frightening. He must be someone extremely dangerous. Since when did the top 3 schools have such a strong cultivator? Who are you? Chen Wang asked. Why don't you go up? Yi Futian ignored his question, gazing coldly at Chen Wang. It isn't easy to climb up. How about we team up? Chen Wang asked. He and Long Mu couldn't do it, but the 3 of them could try together. Do you even qualify? Yi Futian glanced at him in disdain. Chen Wang's expression stiffened. Seeing Yi Futian's disdainful eyes, he felt extreme humiliation. But then, Yi Futian walked forward to the steps. Martial arts fate wrapped around him. The strongest was still the fire martial arts fate, which he'd received from the fire spirit in the 8th level. Right now, the burning emperor's will carried the martial arts fate. Yi Futian was instantly bathed in horrible fire. He closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. The sage martial arts fate seemed to be made from a bit of sage will. When some type of spell was merged into it, martial arts fate was created. Urged by the Emperor will, his perception of the sage martial arts fate intensified and strengthened. If the spirits at the steps were similar to the ones guarding the bridges, there would be no suspense. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to sense the power of the spirits guarding the bridges earlier. It was so clear. Boom! Extremely dazzling handprints hovered around Yi Futian. They all glowed with frightening gold light as if divine fire was inside them. Yi Futian waved his hands and all the handprints came from all directions. They wove a frightening image before him. It was like the power released by the bridge guards but different. He had his own comprehension and had added the earlier martial arts fate and emperor will. The moment he opened his eyes, shocking light burst from his eyes. Then he waved his hand and the rays of light shot from the image. It wasn't fiery light. Instead, it was destructive fiery handprints with golden light, driven by the emperor will. Thud. At almost the same time, Futian took a step forward onto the stairs. The first strong cultivator bathed in endless thunder and lightning. Seeing the attack, the shield of a thunder god appeared before him. The handprints attacked crazily. Cracks snaked through the shield formed by boundless lightning. Fire crept in and burned it bit by bit. Finally, the shield shattered with a boom. The thunder might went wild. Boom. Futian disappeared and reappeared before the spirit. He moved like lightning, instantly arriving there. The image before him crushed down on the spirit who instantly burned under it. Its martial arts fate landed on Futian. This. Long Mu's arms trembled. Chen Wang also gaped at Futian's figure. How could he be so powerful? When they'd been going through the bridge, they'd only succeeded by working together with many others. Then they couldn't take a single step at the 9th level. But this man went up by himself and destroyed the strong cultivator there. When did the top 3 schools have such a powerful disciple? Another ring of martial arts fate circled him. Futian paused at the steps. Then he released a second martial arts fate. It transformed into the shield of the thunder god before him. The entire sky was filled with boundless electric light. Legendary divine light flowed through the shield. Impossible. The light radiated through the entire battlefield. Like some kind of divine power, it splashed across the place. The palace was shaking. Then, the battlefield started shaking too. It grew stronger until the people were trembling too. Rocks fell from the palace as if it was collapsing. At that moment, the people trying to get martial arts fate discovered that the spirits before them suddenly disappeared. What's happening? Countless hearts quivered. Was the battlefield collapsing? What had happened? Look at the 9th level. Many people looked over. They discovered in shock that the blurry palace was breaking down bit by bit. It was getting destroyed. Long Mu and Chen Wang were there. When they witnessed it with their own eyes, they realized that the battlefield was probably self-destructing because it had found the one it was looking for. Just at that time, a figure charged out of the palace. It was that silver-hooded figure. He was so fast, directly shooting out of the 9th level. When he'd returned to the 8th level, he saw that the black winged eagle had already transformed into a demon bird and was waiting for orders. Yu Sheng and the others were there too. When Futian landed on the bird's back, it flashed hurriedly and rushed out from another exit. Even if the battlefield wasn't collapsing, Futian would still take them away. They couldn't stay on the 8th level. Right now, the strong cultivators outside the battlefield all looked up in shock. The mysterious space was buzzing. It seemed to be shaking. What happened? Some strong cultivators had sharp gazes. Nothing like this had happened in countless years. Mother, what's going on? Long Linger asked her mom. I don't know. Madame Long shook her head. It must be something big. Her expression was solemn. The martial arts battlefield was extremely important. It was a significant place for the martial arts fate of the top 3 schools. However, just as the shaking grew stronger, someone rushed out. What's going on? Many people asked at the same time. The disciple who'd escaped looked up at the crowd with incredulous eyes. The battlefield is collapsing, he said. That's impossible, a strong cultivator said. What happened? I don't know. I just saw the palace on the 9th level flash, the light reaching the entire battlefield. Then the palace started collapsing. The battlefield followed, he said, body trembling. After that, more disciples walked out. Someone said in shock, all the spirits disappeared. The battlefield will probably become history. This shocking thought appeared in many minds. They couldn't calm themselves. Chapter 468, In the martial arts battlefield, everything was collapsing. The ground vibrated, many cracks appearing. In the sky, meteorite-like objects fell, and even the sky turned into a symbol. In the martial arts battlefield, everything was collapsing. The ground vibrated, many cracks appearing. In the sky, meteorite-like objects fell, and even the sky turned into a symbol. It was an illusory world in the first place. Everyone ran towards the exit, forming a giant steam. In the crowd, a black-winged condor flapped its wings and followed the flow. Futian and his friends were on its back. At the moment, Futian was extremely weak, which was the after-effect of burning Emperor Will. Last time in the evil dragon zone, he did not release all his powers, and, in addition, he ate the dragon grass which helped with his recovery afterward. On the other hand, he used all the powers in his body this time, and even his face was somewhat pale. However, the journey this time was very rewarding for them. Lulan Shui stared at Futian with her silver eyes. She knew that the collapse of the martial arts battlefield was clearly caused by Futian. What did he do in the 9th level? As they neared the exit, Futian met a group of familiar faces, namely Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing. However, Jiang Nan only glanced coldly at Futian. None of the parties spoke. Jin Yunxiao, Zhen Rong, and the rest also flew towards their direction. When they were chased out of the 8th level, the alliance had already disintegrated. Therefore, they all started training in the 7th level. At the moment, they also could not keep calm. They guessed that the person who caused the collapse of the battlefield was very likely the young man in the silver cloak who had chased them out of the 8th level. He was way too strong and could defeat everyone by himself. When Long Mu and Chen Wang returned, they would know the answer. Mr. Yi, someone suddenly shouted among the chaotic crowd. Gu Yunxi saw Futian and his friends flying towards her direction and stared at Futian with some guilt. Just now, the group who had allied with her chased him out of the 8th level. Futian must be very disappointed. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Gu Yunxi realized that Futian was in a bad state, as if he was very weak. After I left just now, I tried to obtain more sage-level martial arts fate in the 7th level. I used all my strength and was injured, but it's no big deal, Futian replied, smiling. That's great, Gu Yunxi nodded gently. Please do not mind the incident that happened earlier. Soon after you left, we were also chased out of the 8th level. Futian obviously knew that. He blinked his eyes, thinking that Gu Yunxi was indeed kind to use such a way to console him. She was worried that his self-esteem would be hurt as it was very embarrassing to be chased out. Therefore, she said that they were also chased out afterward. Of course, Futian could not say that he knew that already. After all, he was the one who did it. What? Who's strong enough to do that? Futian pretended to know nothing and felt somewhat sorry for her. He had to keep this a secret. I've no idea. It's an extremely powerful cultivator in the silver cloak. The collapse of the battlefield is probably also related to him. Some surprise appeared in Gu Yunxi's eyes. Thinking about the action of that person in the 8th level, she still could not remain calm. The person was too mighty. Jin Yunlang had a sage ritual implement, but it was taken away directly by the person. In the end, the ritual implement was thrown away. Such a person must be unparalleled, Futian complimented. Beside him, Yuxing glanced at him. Is he praising himself? Yup, Gu Yunxi nodded gently. Nobody in Divine Sky City in this generation can be compared to him. It's so unfortunate that I didn't manage to see him. Yi Futian sighed. Lulan Shui blinked her eyes. As they spoke, they finally reached the exit. Then, they followed the rest and left the martial arts battlefield. Right after they left the battlefield, Yi Futian saw Jin Yunlang, Bai Qiong, and some others floating in the air and guarding the exit. They stared coldly at the crowd walking out of the martial arts battlefield. Yi Futian immediately knew what they were looking for. They did not know that he had disguised himself. At the moment, they were outside the exit to wait for the person in the silver cloak. Clearly, they also noticed Yi Futian and his friends. However, they only glanced at them briefly before turning their attention away. They obviously would not think that any of Yi Futian and his friends could possibly be that all-powerful young man. Brother Futian. Noticing that Yi Futian had come out, Long Linger ran over and asked, Brother Futian, what happened to you? Nothing, just some minor injuries. Yi Futian smiled gently. Brother Futian, who hurt you? Long Linger asked angrily. The spirits in the martial arts battlefield. Do you want to revenge me? Seeing Long Linger cute behavior, Yi Futian rubbed her head. The little girl smiled timidly. At the moment, the huge crowd outside the martial arts battlefield was having a heated discussion. Just now, they had received an astonishing message. This time, a few people actually managed to enter the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, achieving what Long Yitian had once done. Many people also reached the 8th level. Look! It's Chen Wang and Long Mu, someone suddenly exclaimed. Countless people looked at the two figures at the exit. Hearing Long Mu's name, Long Linger also looked in that direction. At the moment, Chen Wang and Long Mu's breaths were unstable as they were injured. Although it was only one strike, their injuries were still quite major. Chen Wang ignored the stares of everyone. Flashing, he approached an elder and urged, Master, give orders to seal this place. Don't let any of the top 3 school disciples leave. Of course, that person nodded. Then, he went to inform the people from the other 2 schools. Just now, they were already guessing the person who caused the battlefield to collapse. Chen Wang and Long Mu went to the 9th level and certainly knew more things. This issue was extremely important and they had to settle it right here. Some people from the top 3 schools immediately surrounded the space around the exit. They had to find out what happened behind the collapse of the martial arts battlefield. Blazing Sun school disciples, listen. After you exit, do not leave. Bright Moon school disciples. Starry school disciples. The elders from the top 3 schools gave their orders one after another. All the people who had exited gathered at the space in front. Chen Wang, Long Mu, and the rest were surrounded by the elders from the top 3 schools and questioned. Soon, the elders roughly knew what had happened. They also stared at the exit with the group. Even the elders of the top 3 schools could not recognize every single person of their school. Nobody seemed to recall seeing any person in a silver cloak earlier. If they did not miss out anyone, such a person should not have existed at all. Time passed by slowly. The martial arts battlefield was still vibrating and more people walked out, until there was no more. The person whom they were looking for was still not present. He's not here, Jin Yunxiao said coldly. In the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield, he was humiliated badly. Moreover, he could not tell anyone else about it. Such an embarrassing experience could only be kept to himself. He was even worried that someone who saw it would tell the rest. He disguised himself, Chen Wang said. Long Mu had a sharp expression on his face. They all knew that although the person was not out yet, it was impossible for him to be still hiding inside. Even if he was, how long could he hide for? It was most probable that the person was already outside, but not having the same appearance as the one they saw in the battlefield. That person had been hiding among the top 3 schools' disciples all the time. After he went inside the battlefield, he started attacking and snatching the martial arts fate of everyone. He even caused the battlefield to collapse. Everything was taken by a single person. Their faces all darkened. There were so many people who had entered the martial arts battlefield. If the culprit really disguised himself and was hiding among the crowd, how should they even start investigating? They could not check everybody one by one and did not know where to start. Who saw a person in a silver cloak inside? An elder of the Blazing Sun School suddenly asked. Many people looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. Silver cloak? Someone suddenly asked. Immediately, countless people turned their heads and stared at the speaker. It was Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, did you see him inside? Jin Yunxiao asked. No, but I saw such a person in the past. Furthermore, it's not just me, Jiang Nan replied. Last time, when the dragon grass in the evil dragon zone was about to mature, some people went there to take the grass. That time, a mysterious person in silver cloak appeared and took the treasure away. That's right. I was there at that time too. I saw him as well, many people who had been to the evil dragon zone that time said. Wang Yuqing's heart raced as she thought about that unparalleled figure. Was he the one who caused the battlefield to collapse? So it's not the first time, Jin Yunxiao said coldly. Even back then, that person had already been staring at the top 3 schools. Then, he must have entered the top 3 schools in the assessment and kept a low profile. Who has been there at that time? All step out, an elder from the top 3 schools said. This time, the Arcana Plane disciples of the 3 schools were almost all here. Therefore, those who had gone to the evil dragon zone that time must also be in the crowd. Very soon, many people stepped forward one after another. However, someone said, these people should all be present at that time. The mysterious person charged in from the outside. There are a few more people who were there, Jiang Nan suddenly said, looking at Yi Futian and his friends. Following Jiang Nan's look, the people from the top 3 schools also stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Yi Futian explained, I was indeed outside at that time, but I did not participate at all. Jin Yunxiao seemed to be surprised, after which he asked, then is it possible that they disguised themselves? After he finished speaking, Long Mu, Gu Yunxi, and the rest all looked at them one after another. It seemed that this possibility could not be eliminated. However, was it really Yi Futian and his team? Who among them was so strong? In addition, if it was really someone from them, why did they not defeat the cultivators near the bridge before entering? Do you think it's us? Yi Futian looked at Jin Yunxiao and glanced coldly at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was merely trying to get him involved. Seniors, I was outside the cave that time and did nothing. Moreover, I also saw the mysterious person escape from the cave myself. People who were present at that time can prove this for me, Yi Futian said, looking at the people around him. Senior. Suddenly, a charming figure walked out, who turned out to be Li Man. She looked at the crowd and continued, indeed, when the mysterious person escaped at that time, they were standing at the side and watching. Yes, I can prove that as well, Wang Yuqing also said, causing Yi Futian to glance at her in surprise. He did not expect her to stand out and speak for him. Yi Futian was not worried that he would be exposed precisely because of this. Although he had shown up twice, the last time when the mirror spell created the illusion that he and the demonic bird were escaping, he was standing at the side and watching the scene himself. Many disciples and elders of the top 3 schools saw it. Hence, they would not suspect him to be the mysterious person in the silver cloak. Realizing that Wang Yuqing actually stepped out for Yi Futian, Jiang Nan's face turned gloomy. Even though he also saw Yi Futian beside him at that time, he still deliberately wanted to get him involved. Must the thing that you saw be real? According to what I know, there are many spells that can create illusions, Jiang Nan said coldly. Right then, many people seemed to be stunned. Chapter 469, Yi Futian was also momentarily puzzled, and he looked at Jiang Nan. Feeling the stares of many, a strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. He did not really mean what he just said. Unhappy that Wang Yuqing spoke for Yi Futian, he only wanted to find an excuse to prove that his words were not unreasonable and that Yi Futian could not prove his innocence in that way. However, after saying those unintentional words, he suddenly had a strange feeling and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also momentarily puzzled, and he looked at Jiang Nan. Feeling the stares of many, a strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. He did not really mean what he just said. Unhappy that Wang Yuqing spoke for Yi Futian, he only wanted to find an excuse to prove that his words were not unreasonable and that Yi Futian could not prove his innocence in that way. However, after saying those unintentional words, he suddenly had a strange feeling and stared at Yi Futian. What if it was real? Impossible. Jiang Nan was shocked by his own thought. How can such a powerful person be Yi Futian? When one disliked another person, one could truly hope that the person would not be too strong. Yi Futian was the owner of Celestial Pavilion and had displayed an astonishing talent on the assessment day which had already caused Jiang Nan to be extremely unhappy. If he was really the person who broke through all obstacles and caused the martial arts battlefield to collapse, Jiang Nan would simply not be able to accept that fact that he was so mighty. That would mean that Yi Futian was even more outstanding than Long Yitian. After all, during that time, even Long Yitian did not manage to do what the mysterious person did, namely causing the battlefield to be destroyed. Realizing that many people were looking at him, Yi Futian tried his best to remain calm and frowned gently. He looked at Jiang Nan and said, "Jiang Nan, you have humiliated me multiple times and I never argued anything with you. Now, you even try to maliciously find various excuses to get me involved in this. What a crafty person you are." Yi Futian also knew that Jiang Nan was only finding a random excuse. Unfortunately, what he said was the key behind everything. "I'm only telling the truth. The seniors will judge this themselves," Jiang Nan forced himself to say. Obviously, he would not admit that he was accusing Yi Futian. "Tell me about the situation in the Evil Dragon Zone in detail," an elder from Starry School said. Although Yi Futian might be suspicious, nobody would think that he was certainly the culprit just because of Jiang Nan's words. A disciple walked out and explained roughly what had happened in the Evil Dragon Zone. A strange expression appeared on the face of an elder from Starry School and he said, "So the mysterious person that time was skilled in music and indeed a powerful musical sorcerer. Moreover, he was probably able to control demons." "Yes. The giant bird he was riding on and the demons charging with him were probably all affected by his music," the disciple confirmed. "All right," the elder from Starry School nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Futian. "On the assessment day, your music also seems to be quite strong." Immediately, many people stared at Yi Futian. Chen Wang, Jin Yunlang, Jin Yunxiao, Long Mu, Gu Yunxi, and many others all seemed to be surprised. They also managed to enter the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield but did not defeat the defenders on the bridge there. "After we arrived, we chased them out of the 8th level." The cultivator in silver cloak appeared after that, Jin Yunlang said. "So they are indeed somewhat suspicious." The cultivators from the top 3 schools looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Someone said, "What did you do in the 9th level?" Realizing that the person who just spoke was staring at him with a fierce look, Yi Futian knew that they were testing him. Hence, he gave a bitter smile and said, "Senior, do you really think that we have the ability to do so? In this case, why don't we join the top 3 schools first and then enter the battlefield?" "Why would we do this?" Everyone frowned. Yi Futian's words also seemed to be reasonable. In addition, there are so many musical spells. Why you are suspecting me just because of this similarity? As for the camouflage, Jiang Nan was only being ridiculous and trying hard to get us involved. That time, there were so many people present, Yi Futian continued. Apart from all these, I was only in the lower arcana plane in Yunhua City. How did I manage to snatch the dragon grass from the top 3 school disciples? I wouldn't be able to hide my level. What treasure or equipment could allow me, a lower arcana plane cultivator, to cross so many levels and defeat everyone else? Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people started thinking again. In the martial arts battlefield, it was still possible for Yi Futian to become much stronger by relying on martial arts fate. However, in the evil dragon zone, how could Yi Futian, a lower arcana plane cultivator, defeat so many disciples? The logic behind this was indeed flawed. If Yi Futian was really the person who did this, many things could not be explained. Using a spell to create illusions that he was escaping also did not seem to be very sensible. At the moment, it could already be confirmed that the mysterious person disguised himself. The appearance of the young man in the silver cloak was definitely fake. There were 2 possibilities, the first being that after disguising himself and taking the dragon grass, the mysterious person entered the top 3 schools this year with his real identity. Then, he entered the martial arts battlefield and snatched the martial arts fate of everyone else. If this was the case, the person must really know the information of the top 3 schools very well, as he first went for the dragon grass and then the martial arts battlefield. It was possible that he was a junior of some secret clan who came out to train himself. The second possibility was, just like what they had guessed earlier, that the person was someone among Yi Futian and his friends. If they really have the silver cloak, they must be hiding it on themselves. We'll know the answer by looking in their storage rings, Jin Yunlang said emotionlessly. Although he also felt that it was probably not Yi Futian, he would not ignore the possibility since Yi Futian was somewhat suspicious. Among the people who entered the martial arts battlefield, only they were not from the top 3 schools. Therefore, it would be easy to check on them first. Frowning, Yi Futian looked at Jin Yunlang and said, I think that would be too much. Storage ring was a private item of a person and may contain some secrets. Clearly, nobody would easily give their storage ring to another person to be checked. Since you claim that it's not you, let's just take a look. Do you think that we'll even want anything from your ring? An elder said. Yi Futian's face darkened. Who could say that their storage ring did not have any secrets? However, noticing the looks of everyone, Yi Futian knew that he would not be able to get away without giving his storage ring. All of you are seniors. Since you want to check, how do I dare not to give it? However, I can't fully trust every one of you. How about I let Madame Long check it instead? Yi Futian said, looking at Madame Long, what do you mean? You really think that we'll want anything from your ring? The elder who spoke just now said coldly. It's indeed inappropriate for you to check it. If he really has nothing, you'll actually be bullying him. If you believe me, let me take a look, Madame Long said. Of course we believe you. That sounds fine, someone said. Yi Futian took off the storage ring from his finger and said, storage rings are precious and I only managed to pick this one up in the evil dragon zone. There is only one of these between all of us. Madam, please. Then, he threw the ring at Madame Long. Madame Long's spiritual energy entered the ring, after which she said, the thing you're looking for is not inside. It's not that I do not trust you, madam. However, the little princess of the dragon clan is very close to him, right? A cultivator from Jin clan suddenly said. Madame Long frowned and some coldness flashed across her eyes. Madame Long, in this case, please give it to another person whom you trust to take a look, Yi Futian added. Madame Long nodded gently at Yi Futian, after which she gave the ring to an elder from Starry School. The elder checked the contents of the ring. Then, he shook his head and returned the ring to Yi Futian. In this case, can we leave? Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Just leave, Madame Long said. Yi Futian looked at everyone and then said to Long Linger, I'm going back first. Sure, Long Linger nodded gently. Then, the black winged condor flashed and brought Yi Futian and his friends away. Many people stayed at the same place, ready to continue their investigation. Yi Futian and his friends returned to Celestial Pavilion when he heaved a long sigh. So close. The fact that he had used a mirror spell to create illusions in the evil dragon zone was also almost exposed. Luckily, he had been cautious and worried that he would be investigated after leaving the battlefield. Therefore, he left the silver cloak on the battlefield. Apart from that, he did not take any of the sage ritual implements inside. He also asked Yu Sheng and the rest to leave them in the battlefield. He could feel his heart bleeding. Nevertheless, he did all those to make sure that nothing would be exposed. Night soon arrived. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the courtyard in Celestial Pavilion. Suddenly, a few beams of light appeared on his body. All of them looked particularly dazzling. Very soon, 3 extremely bright beams of light shot out from his body. In the next instant, the 3 beams of light actually turned into an unmatched radiance and lit the entire area like divine light. A sun, a moon, and countless stars appeared. Then, within the sun, moon, and stars, 3 illusory figures appeared. One of them was sitting inside the sun, one on the crescent moon, and the last controlling the movements of the stars. Without Yi Futian realizing it, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui were already beside him, attracted by the mysterious radiance. At the moment, the scene in the sky was extremely beautiful. The 3 illusory figures were sitting in the air like saints. Just then, Yi Futian controlled the light with his mind. Immediately, the fascinating scene in the sky turned into 3 beams of light and flew back into his body, vanishing gradually. Puff! Yi Futian felt somewhat weak. He was not in the right state to cultivate yet and had to rest for a few days. What's that? Lulan Shui asked. Chapter 470, the news that the martial arts battlefield had collapsed spread throughout Divine Sky City like a virus. Long Mu and Chen Wang had managed to enter the 9th level, astonishing countless many. They displayed the glory that Long Yitian had in the past. They did not enter that level with their own powers, but the people in the world would only look at the outcome. The news that the martial arts battlefield had collapsed spread throughout Divine Sky City like a virus. Long Mu and Chen Wang had managed to enter the 9th level, astonishing countless many. They displayed the glory that Long Yitian had in the past. They did not enter that level with their own powers, but the people in the world would only look at the outcome. Of course, the more shocking news was about the mysterious person who had caused the battlefield to collapse. Countless people started guessing who exactly he was. The top 3 schools checked all their disciples who left the battlefield but still to no avail. It was as if this person was non-existent at all. However, the issue would clearly not end so easily. The place of martial arts fate was destroyed but the person who had obtained the strongest fate was not found. The top 3 schools would certainly not stop their investigation. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed to be unconcerned about all these. After recovering gradually, he started to cultivate, secluding himself from the outside world. In the martial arts battlefield, he had obtained 18 types of martial arts fate just in the 9th level. After he left the battlefield, the martial arts fate would no longer increase his combat power, but they all turned into fate and willpower which fused into his body. This was the great benefit the top 3 school disciples had been talking about. These 18 martial arts fates could bring a lot of benefits. Yi Futian needed to learn their real powers and merge them with his own abilities. Of course, the greatest reward of this trip was not the 18 martial arts fates, but the 3 beams of divine light. The 3 beams of divine light contained the willpower of the saint. The sun, moon, and stars could change in thousands of ways, giving him many new skills and allowing him to learn a lot. The saint here was the founder of the top 3 schools. All the most powerful abilities of the top 3 schools were developed from the saint's will. At the moment, each of the top 3 schools only had one of the abilities available. On the other hand, Yi Futian had received the complete saint's will. It was not just Yi Futian himself. He also cultivated together with Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui. As he released the divine light, they could feel the powers contained within it as well. Even if they could learn just a tiny bit of the saint's will, they would still grow stronger. That time on Turtle Mountain in the eastern barren territory, the turtle hermit had allowed them to watch the rules of the world, which was the ability of sages. After they left the mountain, they also became stronger. However, Yi Futian and his friends could feel that the saint's will was really too mysterious and unfathomable. At the moment, they could only see the surface of it. They learned and improved gradually day by day. At the moment, two people were fighting on a battle platform in the backyard of Celestial Pavilion. With a dark gold battle axe in his hand, the violent Yusheng fell down from the sky like the god of war. He struck out the axe, bringing along a terrifying storm. In the sky, a straight line appeared and even space seemed to be cut into two. Below him, Yi Futian raised his hand. Many violet gold bolts of lightning around him converged wildly from all directions. They fused into one and contracted rapidly. Eventually, an astonishing lightning shield appeared before Yi Futian. The shield was even glittering in a golden radiance. The battle axe struck down and was blocked by the lightning shield. The terrifying lightning destroyed everything around it, trying to crush the axe. Yu Sheng gave a cold roar. The battle axe traced out an arc in the air as his body made a rotation. Then, he struck out the axe for the second time, bringing along the frightening powers of the earth. With the wind, he attacked again. Punishment of the Thunder God. Yi Futian roared coldly. The terrifying lightning shield suddenly turned into countless bolts of violet gold lightning which swept towards Yu Sheng like a thunder raid. As Yu Sheng's axe danced in the air, however, even the lightning seemed to be cut apart. In the sky, earth elemental spiritual chi raged and many meteorites gathered. In the evil dragon zone, Yi Futian had seen a top noble fight with his third brother with this ability. He, therefore, learned it from the saint's will. Star burial. Yi Futian waved his hand. Immediately, countless meteorites converged towards Yu Sheng, trying to bury him completely. Buzz! Yu Sheng's devil-like wings opened. Then, he struck out his axe continuously, creating many shocking beams of light in the sky. As the star burial spell converged towards him, many cracks appeared on the rocks. The meteorites cracked directly before they could even bury their target. Yu Sheng was still floating in the sky. Stop, stop. No more. Yi Futian said, depressed. This is so sad. If he cast this spell on someone else at the same level as him, it would definitely destroy his opponent at once. However, it was pretty useless against Yu Sheng. The two were having a friendly fight to train their combat powers. Yi Futian knew that he would never be able to defeat Yu Sheng without trying his best. Okay. Yu Sheng landed on the ground. The wild aura around him vanished, and so did his battle axe. Lulan Shui had been watching the battle at the side. Two freaks, she thought. After the battles in the martial arts battlefield and learning from the saints will over this period, their levels had increased again. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had both already entered the 5th level of the Arcana Plane. However, even the battle scene of Upper Arcana Plane cultivators would not be as terrifying as theirs. Lulan Shui could even feel the destructive powers at the side. If any one of them was changed to another person, the new person would lose terribly. Shen Yu came just now. She said that Linger is here to visit you, Lulan Shui said. Whenever Yi Futian and his friends cultivated here, nobody else would be allowed to enter, not even Shen Yu. She could at most ask Lulan Shui to pass the message. Alright, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he left the place and went to the courtyard. When he saw Long Linger smile and shout, Brother Futian, what are you secretly doing there? So mysterious. Why do I have to be secretive? Yi Futian widened his eyes at Long Linger. She was young but full of mischief. Then why didn't they allow me to go in and find you myself? Long Linger giggled. Then, she said to the people behind her, you can go out now. I have something to speak to Brother Futian. Yes, my lady, Yang Xing and the rest nodded, after which they left the place. Go out as well, Long Linger said to Shen Yu again. Shen Yu replied and then left as well. Although Yi Futian was the owner of Celestial Pavilion, she clearly also had to listen to the orders of Long Linger. You are the person being secretive, Yi Futian said, looking at Long Linger. What's up? Long Linger glanced at Lulan Shui. Yi Futian knew her meaning and said, she's with me. Sure, Long Linger nodded. My mother asked me to come this time. She asked me to tell you that someone is investigating you. Yi Futian squinted slightly, having a bad feeling. It seemed like he was not completely safe yet. He had still left some traces after appearing twice. Even though he destroyed all the evidence, there were still people who suspected him. If they really managed to find out his true identity, he would not be able to escape from all these. The Eastern Barren territory was very far away from the Barren state and the people here did not really pay attention to the Eastern Barren territory. However, if the people doing the investigating were from top clans, it would still be risky. Of course, he knew Madame Long's intention in reminding him. After coming out from the martial arts battlefield, he gave the storage ring to Madame Long not only because of trust. In addition, he might be able to hide the truth from other people, but definitely not Madame Long. She knew who he was and where he was from. Therefore, he did so to display his trust. Madame Long asked Linger to tell Yi Futian that there were people investigating him to remind him to be prepared. Brother Futian, my mother said that only I can know about this and I must not tell anyone else. Why are they investigating you? Long Linger stared at Yi Futian with a naive look. She was smart and roughly knew that something might have happened with Yi Futian. You're still young. Don't think so much, Yi Futian said. Who's young? I'm almost 15. Long Linger argued, pouting. Yi Futian glanced at her with contempt, but in his mind, he was thinking how he should handle this. Should he just leave? If there were people investigating him, would they also ask someone to spy on his movement? Where's the madam now? Yi Futian asked Long Linger. West Court, Long Linger replied. I'll go and pay her a visit, Yi Futian added. Great. You can accompany me then. Long Linger giggled. You're thinking too much, Yi Futian remarked, smiling. Lulan, I'm going out. Then, he left Celestial Pavilion with Long Linger. Yi Futian met Madame Long in an elegant courtyard in West Court. Bowing gently, he said, Greetings, Madame Long, you don't have to be so polite. Madame Long smiled and raised her head. Bring Linger outside to take a stroll, Madame Long said to the maidservants behind her. They nodded one after another, but Long Linger said, I want to be here too. Don't be mischievous. Madame Long glanced at Long Linger. Long Linger twitched her lips in dissatisfaction and said, Mom, then be quick. After that, she left the place unwillingly. Only Madame Long and Yi Futian were left in the courtyard. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, Madam, please advise. I don't even know what happened. How do I advise? Madame Long looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian smiled bitterly and shook his head. You must have guessed it already. I don't have to say it. So it is you. Madame Long gazed at Yi Futian. That year, her brother Long Yitian only entered the 9th level but did not manage to go further. Yi Futian actually did it. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Madame Long's heart trembled. Although she had already guessed it earlier, she was still somewhat shocked by Yi Futian's confirmation. That time, Long Yitian was already unparalleled in the eastern region of the Barren state. Now, Yi Futian did what her brother did not. Did that mean that Yi Futian was talented enough to stand at the peak of this era? Furthermore, Madame Long managed to know Yi Futian, and his relationship with her daughter was very good. So Long Mu was hit by you there, Madame Long said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt somewhat embarrassed. In any case, Long Mu was still the next leader of the dragon clan. I believe you have heard about his father's story from Linger. That time when my brother was alive, he protected the whole family, and his relationship with Linger's father was also extremely good. He even viewed Linger as his own daughter and treated her better than Muir. After he passed away, we have been treating Long Mu in the same way as we did to Linger, causing him to develop some bad characters. Linger's father and I are somewhat responsible for this, Madame Long said slowly. It's good for Long Mu to learn a lesson now. Madame Long stopped after delivering her point and did not say anything else. Yi Futian, however, started to admire her in his heart. Her words conveyed her attitude. Madam, I understand, Yi Futian nodded. Chapter 471, Madame Long said that it was good for Long Mu to learn a lesson, meaning that she would not blame Yi Futian for the incident. However, she also mentioned how she and the father of Linger viewed Long Mu. It was a hint for Yi Futian, and he knew what he should not do. Although he did not like Long Mu, he would not be too serious with Long Mu because of Madame Long and Long Linger. At most he would punch Long Mu when he was unhappy. Madame Long said that it was good for Long Mu to learn a lesson, meaning that she would not blame Yi Futian for the incident. However, she also mentioned how she and the father of Linger viewed Long Mu. It was a hint for Yi Futian, and he knew what he should not do. Although he did not like Long Mu, he would not be too serious with Long Mu because of Madame Long and Long Linger. At most he would punch Long Mu when he was unhappy. You should tell me what you got there right? Madame Long smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yup, Yi Futian nodded. Then, 3 beams of divine light erupted from his body. At once, the color of the sky changed. Sunlight and moonlight bloomed and many stars appeared. Standing up, Madame Long stared at the 3 illusory figures and was very shocked. After just an instant, Yi Futian withdrew them and stood calmly at his spot. Since Madame Long already knew that he had entered that place, it would not make a difference whether he attempted to hide the secret or not should she want to harm him. Moreover, according to his observation of Madame Long, she was wise and gentle, and he had a good impression of her. She did not seem to be a cruel person at all. What's that? Madame Long asked. In the pavilion in the martial arts battlefield, there were 3 beams of divine light. Their owner is the founder of the top 3 schools, Yi Futian replied. Blazing sun, bright moon, billion stars. The top 3 schools were originally a single entity. Madame Long knew this well. Madame Long kept staring at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with thoughts. Clearly, she was thinking. The courtyard was extremely quiet. Yi Futian also waited patiently. After a long while, Madame Long returned to reality. Looking at Yi Futian, she asked, Why are you not willing to join the top 3 schools? Madam, you know where I was from. In the cottage, my master and seniors have been very nice to me. Therefore, on emotional grounds, I don't want to join another school or college and become a disciple of someone else, Yi Futian replied. Furthermore, if I enter the top 3 schools, I'll be bound by their rules and lose my freedom. I may not be staying in Divine Sky City for that long. Madame Long nodded gently, after which she said, Since you have inherited belongings of the saint, there will be an unbreakable relationship between you and the top 3 schools. There are also people who are investigating you at the moment. If they find out who you are, your situation will be very passive. There are 2 paths before you now. The first one is to leave this place and go as far as you can. If you choose this and someone finds out the truth in the future, the top 3 schools will try to capture you at all costs. Yi Futian was speechless. He had already tried to carry out his plan as secretly as he could. For safety, he even gave up on many other treasures. However, there was nothing in the world that would leave no trace behind. Once someone found out his real identity, many things could be deduced naturally. They could also find other evidence, for example, the legend of the demon bird on Sky Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory. What's the second path? Yi Futian asked. Enter Starry School, Madame Long said. Become a disciple of Starry School. Yi Futian seemed to be very surprised. Will they not blame me for what I did? What's there to blame you? Madame Long replied. Although dragon grass was important, it was only attractive to people below the sage plane. As for the disturbance on the assessment day, it was only a trivial matter to Starry School. You have to know that in the events that you have faced, no sages have ever shown up. Therefore all these are insignificant. Since you have obtained the possessions of the saint which have extraordinary meanings, if you enter Starry School, you will certainly not become an ordinary disciple. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. People standing at different viewpoints would see the same problem differently. Because Yi Futian was in the Arcana plane, his view and the view of Madame Long were naturally different. He thought that dragon grass and the disturbance on the assessment day were both major issues, but Madame Long felt that they were all unimportant. To the whole school and the sages, they were of course also trivial. Sages would not even bother to handle these things. However, that Yi Futian had obtained the items of the saint was actually a major issue. Therefore, after Madame Long finished speaking, Yi Futian immediately understood her meaning. Comparing the two, the problems that he was worried about were indeed non-existent. That second path Madame Long was talking about was to let him join Starry School. Even though these matters are not important, Starry School has more than just one option, Yi Futian said. Because he had inherited items from the saint, Starry School had another option, to take away whatever he had. This was a very risky choice. Therefore, in the top 3 schools, you can only join Starry School. After all, West Mountain Dragon Clan could only influence Starry School, Madame Long said. Maybe you don't know this yet. At the moment there are 4 factions in Starry School and they are the College Faction, West Mountain Dragon Clan, Gu Clan, and Jin Clan. You have offended many people from Jin Clan. In addition, because of the relationship between the Dragon Clan and Jin Clan, if I recommend you to Starry School, they'll definitely want to eliminate the threat and obtain what you have. Therefore, these 2 factions effectively cancel each other. The thing that will really determine the outcome is the attitude of the College Faction and Gu Clan. When Linger Uncle was alive, the relationship between the Dragon Clan and Gu Clan was very good. Long Mu and Gu Yunxi even had the chance to be together. Later, the relationship faded slightly. However, Yunxi really admires you. In this case, as long as the Gu Clan supports you, Dragon Clan together with Gu Clan will be able to influence the College Faction. Madame Long analyzed, hence, it's very likely that we'll succeed. Now I need to know your choice. The first or the second? Madame Long had organized everything very clearly. After hearing her words, Yi Futian thought for a while, after which he asked, what will be my position when I join Starry School? Rumors say that in the past, there was only one divine school instead of the top 3 schools. Then, he bowed to the leader of Gu Clan and said, I am Yi Futian. Nice to meet you, senior. Since you and Yunxi know each other, just call me uncle, the leader said, smiling. Yi Futian glanced at the leader of Gu Clan, after which he saluted again, uncle. Good. Gu Hanshan had been looking at Yi Futian since the start, as if he was trying to analyze him completely. It was not easy for Yi Futian to be so frank and confident before him. Furthermore, Yi Futian was good-looking and talented. Indeed, he was almost perfect. It was no wonder that Madame Long was willing to help him. He had asked Yi Futian to be here to see if he was worth giving support for. Please sit. Gu Hanshan turned around. Looking at Madame Long, he said, Madam, let's start eating. Then, everyone started to have their meal, during which Gu Hanshan had a few short conversations with Yi Futian. Then, Madame Long brought Yi Futian and left. Nobody knew what the meaning of this meetup was. Father, why did Mr. Yi come here? Gu Yunxi asked curiously. Although the relationship between Yi Futian and Long Linger was very good, Madame Long should not have brought Yi Futian with her outside. Moreover, her father also seemed to be observing Yi Futian today. Yunxi, how do you feel about him? Gu Hanshan asked. Mr. Ye's musical skills are extraordinary and he can create pieces himself. He is frank, modest, and does not overvalue his status. Generally, he's an excellent person, Gu Yunxi replied. Father, why are you asking this? Gu Hanshan looked at his daughter. She probably did not know that Yi Futian was way more outstanding than she thought. After all, he was a young man whose talents were even better than Long Yitian. Since you praise him so much, how about I ask him to be my son-in-law? Gu Hanshan said jokingly. Gu Yunxi's face blushed at once. Then, she turned her eyes away and said, What nonsense are you saying? I am going back to college now. Looking at her back, Gu Hanshan smiled, but he was thinking about some other things. Chapter 472. It was not a secret that Madame Long had brought Yi Futian to visit Gu clan. Although it was not a big deal, it still managed to attract the attention of some people. Many people were curious as it seemed to be really unusual. It was not a secret that Madame Long had brought Yi Futian to visit Gu clan. Although it was not a big deal, it still managed to attract the attention of some people. Many people were curious as it seemed to be really unusual. In the Starry School, there were many disciples, most of which were geniuses. At the moment, Jin Yunxiao was standing with Long Mu, which attracted the eyes of many. The two were enemies and had been fighting against each other all along. Now, Jin Yunxiao stopped Long Mu. Was another conflict going to erupt? Long Mu, did you hear about the event in Gu clan? Madame Long brought Yi Futian to Gu clan instead of you. Is the young chief of Dragon Clan you or that outsider? Jin Yunxiao was wearing a gorgeous shirt and his golden eyes were filled with ridicule. After hearing the news, Jin clan started to suspect certain things. Long Mu frowned gently and some coldness flashed across his handsome face. He had heard about the incident, but he did not know the purpose of Madame Long hearing Jin Yunxiao's words. Many disciples of Starry School seemed very surprised. Clearly, they did not know this yet. Since when do you have the rights to talk about the internal issues of Dragon Clan? Long Mu said, glancing at Jin Yunxiao. Indeed, it's none of my business. However, since I have met you here, I still sympathize you. Jin Yunxiao's eyes were filled with pity as he continued, the little princess of Dragon Clan is closer to Yi Futian than you. You know how she keeps calling him Brother Futian. You also saw the scene on the assessment day yourself. Now, the person whom Madame Long brings outside is also Yi Futian. I even heard that Madame Long discussed with Gu clan about Gu Yunxi's marriage this time. I believe that Gu Yunxi also admires Yi Futian very much. After speaking, Jin Yunxiao stared at Long Mu. Indeed, even though Long Mu was good-tempered, he still had some emotions flashing across his face. That time when your father was alive, your family was so grand. It was said that the Dragon Clan also had the intention to ally with Gu clan through marriage. Unfortunately, the relationship deteriorated after he passed away. After all, you were not born by the madam, Jin Yunxiao continued. Immediately, Long Mu's face turned extremely gloomy and a violent aura started spreading from his body. Then, he said coldly, "Shut up." A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Jin Yunxiao was maliciously attempting to worsen the relationship between Long Mu and the Dragon Clan. Did I just say the thing on your mind? Jin Yunxiao said, smiling. Scram, Long Mu said coldly. He would naturally not doubt his aunt. He knew well how his aunt and uncle had been treating him, and their relationship was not something Jin Yunxiao could destroy with a few sentences. As for bringing Yi Futian to Gu clan, perhaps it was just a coincidence, as Madame Long would always bring someone with her whenever she went outside. Long Mu did not know whether Jin Yunxiao's words regarding Gu Yunxi's marriage were true, but even if they were, Yi Futian had no chance to be involved in the discussion. Madame Long just brought Yi Futian into Starry School. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice. There were many people discussing it, so the message slowly passed to Long Mu's side. Many people seemed to be puzzled. They had heard Jin Yunxiao's words just now. Now, Madame Long also brought Yi Futian into the college. What did this mean? Moreover, on the assessment day, Yi Futian was unwilling to enter the college and even create a disturbance. At the moment, why did he still dare to enter Starry School? Long Mu, see for yourself, Jin Yunxiao sneered. However, he was also very confused at the moment. No wonder you could enter the Divine Palace on the martial arts battlefield. The elder raised his head and looked before him as he continued, what Etienne had done before has finally been surpassed by others. The generations will only move forward. Since you have inherited the possessions of the saint and effectively become his disciple, I don't need to test your talents, the elder continued. Dragon Clan and Gu Clan want you to become the sun. Do you know what it means? Senior, I do not, Yi Futian replied. Long Etienne also used to cultivate in Starry School. In fact, he was my disciple. Later, he became even more powerful than me and was indeed the strongest person in Divine Sky City. He could easily defeat those in his generation across the Barren State and even entered the Barren Sky ranking. Despite this, however, he still died outside, the elder said solemnly. On the other hand, you did what he did not manage to do, you obtained the inheritance from the saint. Dragon Clan and Gu Clan recommended you to be the son of the college. However, whether it is them or Starry School, what we really want to see is not really a son. Yi Futian nodded. A son was meaningless to Starry School. The school might as well take away whatever he owned. He was recommended as the son not only because he had obtained the inheritance of the saint. More importantly, it was really the talents that he had in order to obtain the inheritance. The Starry School could take away whatever he had, but not his talents. The person who obtains the inheritance of the saint is effectively his disciple. As the son, you would need to stand at the very top of this era. The elder said solemnly, after which he slowly turned around. Looking at Yi Futian with his mysterious star-like eyes, he asked, "Can you do it?" The elder did not talk about what Yi Futian did in the past. In his eyes, those things were insignificant. He would not be bothered with them at all. As for Yi Futian's talents, there was also no need for any tests. The martial arts battlefield and the inheritance was proof in itself. It had been a long time since anyone became the sun. If Yi Futian was to become one, he needed to be the strongest person in his generation. The elder only asked him if he could do it. Under the stare of the elder, Yi Futian felt that even his body was somewhat shaky, like rootless duckweed. However, he still nodded and replied without hesitation, yes. All right. The elder nodded. Then, in the ancient palace, an endless amount of power charged towards the sky. An ancient starry bell seemed to form among the billions of stars. Dong! A ring was heard as if it was the sound of rules. It shook the sky and swept out in an instant, causing even the cultivators outside the palace to be slightly shocked. Then, an invisible sound wave swept out towards the entire Starry School. The sound of the bell erupted beside the ears of everyone. Inside many palaces, countless powerful cultivators opened their eyes and stood up immediately, astonished. The starry bell had just been rung. What had happened in the college? They all walked out of their palaces. In the college, many disciples were having friendly fights with each other. When the bell rang, they stopped right away and many were bewildered. Starry bell would only ring when there was a major event. Did something bad happen? The disciples walking in the school also stopped and walked towards a certain direction. Some new disciples were puzzled and asked, "What's that sound?" "It's the starry bell," a disciple replied. "I heard that the bell last rang when Long Etienne passed away. Now it rang again. What's happening? Let's go to the starry square. It seems like something very important will be announced." Countless people walked towards a certain direction, including both the seniors and juniors of Starry School. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.